following your plan or you're not. In this fourth section, I will cover the underlying dynamics of confidence and fear so that you can build a framework for understanding how to create a carefree state of mind when you trade. Okay, the next section that we're going to get into is exploring the dynamics of confidence and fear. In other words, what was from this morning and just a little while ago, not so much a little while ago, but especially from this morning, what's the primary problem? Why do we have so much of a problem, or what creates the problem in a trade-by-trade perspective? In other words, if I'm looking at the market, if my technical indicator gives me a signal to buy right now, okay, if I'm not predefining my risk, if I'm hesitating, if I'm jumping the gun, if I put my trade on and I want to move my stop, what is it that's going on right now? What's compelling me to make these kinds of errors? Fear. And what's behind the fear?
The possible negative mistakes that we've made in the past.
Okay, but that's good. Yeah, because you don't want to get tapped into being wrong, losing, missing out, all that pain. But remember, I said what was a universal characteristic of all humanity in terms of how we feel about our expectations being fulfilled?
Satisfaction.
Well, yeah, but no, when they are. But what I'm saying is that it's because I'm expecting this trade to work. Okay, I want you guys got to get this. Okay, the reason why I'm having a problem is because I'm expecting this trade to work. This trade. It's not because I'm thinking that I've got a series of trades. Remember the pattern with flipping the coin? The pattern is that if I've got an edge, well, I'll give you another example. Let's say that I've got a coin that's weighted heavier on the tail side, so that it's going to come up on a percentage basis 65% of the time heads. And I get someone to take the other side of a bet where I get to call the flip every time. What am I going to do? Am I going to try to determine when tails is going to... 35% of the times tails is going to come up. I'm going to call heads every time. That's a pattern, okay? The way it relates here is that I've got a technical methodology that gives me winning trades, let's say 65% of the time. I don't know which of the next 20 trades or 25 trades that come up, I don't know which ones are going to be the winners and which ones are going to be the losers. If I'm going to trade my methodology appropriately, it really obligates me to take every single trade. I can't be picking and choosing my trades based on what I think is going to happen, because hopefully I've already established you don't know. And if you think you know, you're just making it up in your own mind. I'm going to repeat that. If you think you know, you're just making it up. Is everybody all right with what I just said?
Yes.
And so it obligates me to take every single trade that comes up, because I don't know which ones are going to be the winners and which ones are going to be the losers. It means that if I'm having problems, it's because I have a certain expectation about this trade, or about this trade, or about this one. So what if I'm expecting a random outcome? What if I change my expectations? Will I feel differently about it? If I change my expectations, will I feel differently about it?
Definitely.
Is there anybody in this room? Does anybody who trades? I don't think I've ever met anybody who trades who hasn't at least gambled at some point in their lives. Right? What do you expect when you put money into a slot machine and push the button?
Goodbye.
Good. Well, one of those answers was goodbye. I like that. What else? Loud. If anybody's going to say anything, what are you expecting? Really? On this one? Seriously. What do you expect? You know what you're expecting? You're expecting something to happen, right? You're expecting the wheels to turn. You're expecting something to show up. Now think about what I'm just saying. Because you know what? What I just said is exactly what I expect when I put on a trade. I'm expecting something to happen. I don't know what. But over a series of trades, if I do everything right, I'll make money. Because I'm managing my expectations on each one of these trades. I'm managing my expectations so that I do not have the potential to define and interpret these up and down ticks, the information the market gives me, in some sort of threatening or painful way. Because what I'm going to tell you, what we're going to get into now, is the effects of that. When you put money... What's that?
How realistic then is that 65% on your methodology?
What do you mean, how realistic?
It could be 70 or 80 or 50.
Go ahead. No, take the microphone.
How realistic is a 65% win ratio on your methodology?
I'm not understanding the question. How realistic is it?
Well, if you can't go by any individual specific trade, but you say over 20 trades, you can say you expect to win 65% of the time.
Correct. They're based on past performance.
Okay, but then again, looking at over any individual 20 or 50 sample, how realistic is maybe that 65% saying that that's a real number?
I'll find out. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. How will I know? How could I know? I'll find out. That's why you trade in sample sizes that are limited. In other words, I don't make an assessment of how well it's working until after the end of a sample size. If at the end of a sample size I get a high enough percentage of winning trades where I'm satisfied, then I'll take another sample size. If I don't, then I'll find ways to tweak my indicators to improve my results. So if you're to say, how realistic is it, I have no idea of knowing what's going to happen in the future. And when you get right down to it, it is possible. Would it not be possible for me to start a sample size that trade won and end up where every single one of them was a loser? Am I going to know that in advance? And see, and that's where paper trading is so critical, is that by paper trading, you will get a realistic assessment as to how well your edge works. And people have no problem paper trading. They'll paper trade to find out if their methodology works and to gain confidence in it. It's the other part that they won't participate in, meaning that they won't take a similar exercise to see how well their own psychology matches up to what they need to do to be consistently successful. In other words, to set up an exercise. Paper trading is an exercise, is it not? It's an exercise in developing skills, in understanding your methodology, is it not? So wouldn't it be just as reasonable to set up an exercise to learn how to execute properly so you manage your expectations?
What do you consider a proper sample size?
20, 25 trades. I don't think it has to be more than that. I really don't. If it's not working within 25 trades, then there's something you're going to have to change. Okay, so it's all about our expectations. When I put money into a slot machine, I'm expecting something to happen. If it comes up a loser, do I get all worked up about this? Does this tap me into my accumulated emotional pain of every time I've been wrong and lost in my life? I mean, look at there are people who trade and because of their expectations, make every error in the book and can't make consistent money. And the reason why is because of like I said, because of their expectations. And yet, if they put money into a slot machine, where essentially the only difference between technical trading and a slot machine is the fact that with a slot machine, you have to put your money in first and then wait for a pattern to emerge. With technical trading, you have to wait for a pattern to emerge and then technically put your money on the line. The problem is, because the way our minds think, we think that because the pattern emerged, that somehow or another it's giving us an edge on that particular individual trade. And there's just no way of knowing that. But over a series of trades, it does. So it's like technical analysis gives the individual the availability of being the casino. Technical analysis lets you own the slot machine because you've got the odds in your favor. The casino makes the slot machine available to us because they've got the odds in their favor. But to derive the benefit of those odds, you have to be able to execute properly. And you have to think about this properly. It is just a numbers game based on the odds. That means that you can't put an extraordinary, let's say an extraordinary amount of significance on each individual trade. Because if you sat and played a slot machine, you wouldn't think anything of it. If you played a dollar slot machine and you sat down with the idea that, you know what, I got $100 in my pocket, and you didn't win, you might have, let's say 10 times in a row you didn't win, you're still going to push the button. Because eventually you think, eventually I'm going to hit. Eventually I'm going to hit, so it's all right. You see, it's all right. Same thing here. This trade didn't work. Well, eventually I'll get a winner. This trade didn't work. Eventually I'll get a winner. This trade didn't work. Well, eventually I'll get a winner. Well, I don't know about this next one now. And that's almost always the winner. Now, if it turns out that your methodology has diminished in its, let's say, in its capacity to produce a winning percentage, because the underlying nature of the market is changing in relationship to this fixed formula, then, that's why you trade in smaller sample sizes, or a sample size where you don't lose an inordinate amount of money to find out it's not working. But you do this right, and you're the casino. Regardless of all the dynamic traders, regardless of all this other stuff I'm talking about, it doesn't matter. None of that stuff's important. As long as you understand as long as you understand how the underlying dynamics relates to the formula, so that you don't put an extraordinary amount of significance on a formula that's just giving you a pattern in collective behavior, not individual behavior. And it's individuals who move the market. So those individuals, there can always be an individual or group of individuals who come into the market that do something that completely negates the outcome of your pattern. And that's all right, because there's no way to know that in advance. It's all right. When you look at it that way, then you won't get all worked up. Then it's just a random outcome, just like a slot machine. It's just a random outcome. Because that's what you're expecting. You expect a random outcome, you got a random outcome, and there's no emotional significance. Because here's what happens when you don't look at it this way. Let's take a typical trader who's operating out of the 4 fears. Okay, we got support, we got resistance, we got a nice trading range. The market's coming down to support. Okay? Now, the typical trader operating out of those 4 fears, the fear of being wrong, the fear of losing money, missing out, depending on the intensity of these fears in any given moment, he might have a hard time putting that trade on, right? He's got a viable pattern. All that happened here is that when the market, he had an imbalance in conviction. Remember, all price movements are a result of an imbalance in conviction. The markets came down to this point right here. There wasn't one person in the world, not one, I'm going to say this, not one person in the world, in the whole world, that would take out the bids to offer this market one tick lower than this price right here. Not one. Okay? And then all of a sudden there's an imbalance in conviction where there are more buy orders and sell orders that drives the price up to here. The same thing happens, drives the price down to here. Same thing happens here, here. Now it's coming back down. Now, from my perspective, I'm looking at it like this. How much room do I have to give the market to tell me that the people who bought here and the people who bought here are going to come back into the market and do it again. Because right now there's an imbalance in conviction on the sell side. That means that enough orders, buy orders, have to come into the market to absorb all the offers, to absorb all those offers, with enough left over to create upside movement. Do I have any way of knowing whether or not they're going to come in? No, I don't. But the odds are in my favor. At least I hope they are. In any case, I'm willing to risk a certain amount of distance from my entry point to find out. That's all it means to me. If they don't come in, it means, you know what, the guys that bought here and bought here might be out to lunch. And that happens. I'm not kidding you. I know that for a fact. I've experienced it. Because I intimately knew, you know, a lot of the big traders in certain markets that would buy here, and I'm thinking, okay, they're coming back in, and they were out to lunch. Say, hey, where were you guys? But to the typical trader that doesn't think this way, what's going to happen? If he manages to get the trade on, it's going to be because he thinks he's right. It's because he thinks he knows what's going to happen next. Right? And he's not going to put in a stop, because to predefine his risk, how much money does he have to, how much room and dollar-wise, how much room, distance, of the dollar value of this distance that he has to give the market to tell him that this trade is either working or it's not. Or that to let it go any further isn't worth finding out. That's all it means to me. But he's not going to think that way. He's going to think, by gathering evidence, that this trade might not work. He might be talking himself out of taking it. And so by the time he actually manages to get this order in the market and buy somewhere in here, he has convinced himself that he's right. Now, remember I said earlier, and I think I just said it once, so you might not have gotten it, that fear has an effect on the way we perceive information. When we're in a state of mind of fear, we are perceiving information in a threatening way. In other words, we're having an expectation of pain. And remember I said that to experience emotional pain, there's two kinds of pain, physical pain and emotional pain. Emotional pain requires an interpretation. The up and down ticks that the market offers us are not inherently pleasurable or painful by their nature. There is such a thing as painful information. I mean, painful from the environment's perspective. If someone's hurling insults at you, their intent is to cause you emotional pain. But that doesn't mean you're going to experience the emotional pain unless you interpret it that way. If they're hurling insults at you in a foreign language that you don't have the slightest idea about what they're saying, it may look to you like they're saying something that isn't so nice, but then again, you don't know what the words are, and so what do you feel? Nothing. The interpretations come from our beliefs. The interpretations come from our mental framework. In other words, the pain's already inside of us. All the words are doing is tapping us into it. Once we learn how to manage
swing level alert.
we can
GC
manage
swing
the way
level
that we
alert.
feel. We can actually determine how we feel in our own state of mind. So this trader, he's operating out of a fear of being wrong. So, like I said, he convinces himself that he's right. That's the way he gets the trade on. So let's say the market... Now, I said that fear causes us to focus on the object of our fear so that we end up creating the very experience we're trying to avoid. This trader is trying to avoid being wrong. Now, we have self-protective mechanisms. They can work at an unconscious level. There are mechanisms inside of us that will protect us from information that we perceive as threatening. It causes what was typically referred to as perceptual blindness, where there are things going on around us that we cannot perceive, even though we have the ability to perceive it, but we're being blinded from it. If I'm afraid of being wrong, what of the information that the market is making available to me, what am I going to focus my attention on, the upticks or the downticks? You're right, the upticks, not the downticks. Meaning that what I will do is I will place an inordinate amount of significance. In other words, the way my mind will automatically weigh this information in terms of what's significant and what isn't, it will give more significance to the upticks than the downticks. Because every time I get an uptick, it will be taking me out of my pain. I'll say, oh, it's finally all over. And then we'll get more downticks. And then we get a couple upticks and say, oh, it's finally all over. In other words, what my mind is doing to protect me is saying that these few upticks are far more significant than all these downticks. Now, do I have the ability to recognize a trend? In other words, being able to define and recognize a trend is one of the most fundamental characteristics of learning technical analysis. A trend is a series of higher highs and higher lows, or lower highs and lower lows. But in this moment, am I able to recognize this as a trend? No, because I'm too focused on getting myself out of the pain, which means that I'm focused on these upticks. Now, our trader's operating both out of a fear of being wrong and a fear of losing money. Now, what ends up happening is this, is that if this were to represent all the negative energy inside of his mind of what it means to be wrong, there's also negative energy inside of his mind about what it means to lose. And as the market moves further and further against his position, his belief about losing will start to gain more and more significance and start to rise to the forefront of his consciousness and make itself known, make its presence known, until finally he gets to a point where he cannot stand losing one more dollar. And that one more dollar, in essence, is when the pain of losing one more dollar is 1 degree greater than the pain of admitting that he's wrong. In other words, when this pain is greater than that pain by 1 degree, he'll get out of the trade. That's when he'll admit that it's a losing trade and get out. You guys with me on this? Now, he would say that the market did this to him. But what I'm saying is that is blatantly not the case. His fear did that to him. He created the very experience he was trying to avoid. He was trying to avoid being wrong, and he made himself wrong. And ultimately, this is always the spot where the market, where the market does that anyway. You guys with me on this? Okay, now this trader gets out of this trade right here. He looks back at this chart pattern and why didn't I just go short? Why didn't I just go short? The ability to recognize this as a downtrend, or let's say he was blinded from his ability to recognize this as a downtrend. The distinction existed inside of his mind. In other words, he can actually make the distinction of what a downtrend is. But in that moment, while he was in that trade, he was blinded to his own distinctions. Because he was operating out of a trade-by-trade mentality. He was operating out of a trade-by-trade mentality. This trade took on the significance of life or death, just like any other trade that he puts on does. And to be a consistently successful trader, it ain't going to happen if you think that way.
GC swing level alert. GC swing level alert.
Determine your risk. It either works or it doesn't, and go to the next trade. Determine your risk. It works or it doesn't, go to the next trade. That's all it is. That's the whole game. Now, let's say that this doesn't happen, but this happens. Let's say instead of it going against him, that the market does this. Now what ticks do you think he's going to be focused on, the up or the down ticks? The market's doing exactly what he wants, by the way. Now the market is doing exactly what he wants. And what ticks do you think he's going to be focused on? The down ticks. And why the down ticks? Because he's been in too many times of trades where the market has taken away his profits. And so he places an inordinate amount of significance on every down tick, and in essence ends up doing what? Leaving money on the table. So what he does is, let's say he gets out right here, so he cuts his profit shorts and lets his losses run.
NQ candle flip. NQ candle flip.
In Chicago vernacular, this is called shitting like an elephant and eating like a bird. What's that? Now, if this trader had a belief in a random outcome, that he didn't have to know what was going to happen next to make money, would he have these problems? What would he be expecting if he had a belief in a random outcome? That there was just a random distribution between wins and losses on any given set of variables that defined his edge. If he believed that, if he believed that it only took one trader somewhere in the world to negate the positive outcome of
NQ
his
swing
edge.
level alert. NQ swing level alert. NQ swing level alert. NQ swing level
The
alert.
reason he thinks he has for putting on that trade, that the reason why it works or it doesn't work will almost never correlate to the actual reason that he conjured up. If he believed all these things, how would he be handling this? Come on, how would he be handling it? Tell me.
Well, he would have a plan, or in my words, I like to use the word strategy.
Okay.
When he got into the trade, he's going to say that, okay, when it reaches this level right here, I'm going to get out. If it goes down to this level down here, I'm going to get out. Now, he may have ended up leaving some money on the table, but at least he's going to be in that percentage that he had already predetermined that's going to create him to be a winning percentage of trades.
Would he have be saddled with the same emotional problems that he had if he was operating out of a fear of being wrong or losing money? No,
because he didn't have any emotion in the trade. It's saying, hey, it's following my predetermined plan that I have in place.
Right. And it either works or it doesn't, right?
That's right.
Because I trade from a series of trades perspective. I don't know what each individual trade is going to do. This is the way the pros do it, by the way. This is thinking like a pro. You want to make consistent money, this is the way you're going to have to think. Otherwise, you already know what the problems are. Trading will take on a quality of being exasperating, because you can see the potential, and it seems like you're always just like that close from getting it, and you never get there. How we feel, our state of mind in any given situation, is always real and the absolute truth. Now, I want you to make a distinction here. At any given moment, we're in a state of mind. State of mind could be any number of things. We have a lot of ways to define states of mind. It could be a state of mind of like satisfaction, dissatisfaction, happiness, joy, fear, terror. These are all states of mind. Confidence is a state of mind. As a state of mind, confidence, when I'm confident, I feel compelled to step into a situation. It thrusts me forward into an experience. Of course, if I'm fearful, then what am I doing? I'm pulling back because I feel threatened in some way. I'm perceiving the information that's available in that moment as threatening. But you got to remember, for me to perceive it that way, it means I'm interpreting it that way. But here's where people get real mixed up about this sort of thing. Is that the state of mind that we experience in any given moment is always the absolute truth. You can't deny the fact that if I'm feeling fearful right now, then I'm feeling fearful. That's just the way that it is. I'm in that state of mind. The particular interpretation that got me into that state of mind, however, could be completely dysfunctional. You guys with me on this? The interpretation that comes from what we believe could be completely dysfunctional. You see, as passive technical traders, if we believe that somehow or another our methodology is telling us what's going to happen next on any particular trade, the reason why we're having problems is because that is a dysfunctional belief. It was never true. Now, the states of mind that result from that belief are real. So, for an example, if I put on a trade and it turns out to be a winner, I think that I'm right. And as a result, I feel great. If I put on a trade and I think that I lose, well, then I feel like crap because I was wrong. The reality is neither one was really true, because when you win, you weren't right, and when you're wrong, you weren't wrong. Because whatever reason you had to put on the trade in the first place, again, had almost no correlation to what actually happened with the market. In other words, why the market did what it did. You just happened to put on a trade at that time that worked. And all technical patterns do, technical indicators, I mean, price patterns, is get you into a situation where there's a likelihood that when you get into that trade, it'll work. That's all they were ever represented to be. You understand what I'm saying? That's all they were ever represented to be. I'm not saying they don't get, screwed up somehow in terms of the way people represent them, but that's all that basically they ever were. It's not on a trade-by-trade basis. Now we're going to get into the last part of it. We're heading down to the home stretch, guys. Heading down to the home stretch. Are we all right up to this point? As far as anybody have any questions about fear and confidence and the relationships that we're talking about? That what we're talking about is the fact that we've got to, if we want to think like a pro so that we can experience the kind of results that the pros get, which are consistent, it means that we have to change our perspective from trade by trade to series of trades. Does anybody have any questions about that and why that's essential? So if you know that, why do we have to go to a series of trades perspective? Why?
You take all the fear out of it because you know that you're going to be right.
Well, hold on one second, sir.
You're taking all the fear out of it, and you know that through a series you'll be right more of the time than you will be wrong. And you take all the fear out of it and just work on that basis without any emotion.
Correct. And why isn't there any emotion? Give me specifically why you think there's no emotion.
Well, you're doing it out more of a mathematical concept and not, I think it's going to do this. You're taking it's either going to be right or it's going to be wrong, and you either walk away or stay in it.
I want you to use the words expectations in your answer, okay?
I don't really have any. I don't have any expectations. It's either going to work or it's not.
Yeah. In other words, this particular trade, you don't know what you think something's going to happen, but you don't know what. Right. When you put money in a slot machine and push the button, you think something's going to happen, but you don't know what. And if it comes out to be the jackpot, well, hey, that feels great. You're surprised, right? When I put on a trade, I feel the same way. Literally, I don't know. I don't have to know. I just have to do what I need to do to make money on a consistent basis, which means I have to take every one of these trades. I can't pick and choose. The only reason why I pick and choose is because I think I'm right. So when you change your perspective from a trade by trade to a series of trades, it automatically manages your expectations in a positive way. I'm going to set this up for you as an exercise in a little bit, okay? But I just want to make sure we're anybody else have any questions about any of this? So you know, so in other words, what are we doing at this point then? So you know where you want to go, right? So do we know where we want to go? We want to get to a point where we are actually changing the way that we think. When you walked in here this morning, you didn't think like a pro, did you? Now you have some idea of what it means to think like a pro, right? Come on, yes or no? Come on, guys, give me some response. Okay. How are we going to get there? Now we might understand it. How are we going to get there? Well, the paper trading, well, yeah, sort of, but I'm not saying you just have the answers. I'm saying we got to have a way to get there, right? We have to have a series of steps to be able to get to this particular mindset, because what we're really talking about here is we're talking about changing the way that we think. Now, that can have some profound implications, right? No one seems to like to change the way that they think. Most traders have to go through the process. Remember this morning, the common thread between all traders who end up, being really successful is that they end up having to lose one or more fortunes, or what they defined as a fortune, to get to that point. It's because the process of losing caused them to change the way that they think about trading. Now, do you want to do this the hard way, or do you want to do it the easy way?
Easy way.
Okay, I'm getting some response here. Good. The easy way, right. We want to do it the easy way. So this is what this is all about now. This is what the last part of the workshop is about doing it the easy way. What's that? Right, there you go. How do we change? Oh, that's a good question, right? That's a real good one. How do we change? A lot of theories, a lot of techniques about it, a lot of theories on techniques. As far as I'm concerned, change is really a function of, well, you can break down to a series of steps, but really change is really a function of desire. When you get right down, remember how we took price movement and boiled it down and distilled it down to simply what? Price movement, all price movement is a function of what? Imbalance and conviction between buyers and sellers. All change is a function of desire. If the desire is there, you'll find a way to facilitate the change. And it really doesn't matter what the technique is. Honest to God, it really doesn't. I'll give you an example right here. Probably one of the most extreme examples I could come up with. You can, by the way, what I'm going to read you right now, I got off of Yahoo. And you can go Google this kid and find out more about him yourself, okay? But as I read this to you, keep in mind how this kid accomplished this. Because the scientists that investigate this, they don't know. They can't figure it out. To me, it's easy. The kid's desire was so intense that he managed to find a way. This is Lincoln, Nebraska. Bryce Mellon is a whiz at video games such as Mortal Kombat. Is anybody familiar with Mortal Kombat? I'm not into video games, though. Well, not those video games anyway. Mortal Kombat, okay? Got some people? Is this a tough game? Yeah?
It's challenging.
Challenging, okay. In that regard, the 17-year-old, and he's a little older now, this was a couple of years ago. In that regard, the 17-year-old isn't much different from so many others his age. Except for one thing. He's blind. And as he easily dispatched foes who took him on recently at a Lincoln Gaming Center, the affable and smiling Bryce remained humble. I can't say that I'm a superhero, he said, working the controller like an extension of his body. I can be beat. Those bold enough to challenge him weren't so lucky. One by one, while playing Soul Calibur 2, which is another game, their video characters were decapitated, eviscerated, and without mercy by Bryce's on-screen alter ego. I'm getting bored, Bryce said in jest as he won game after game. Blind since birth, when his optic nerve didn't connect because of Leiber's disease, Bryce honed his video skills over the years through patient and not so patient playing, memorizing key joystick operations and moves in certain games while asking lots of questions, paying particular attention to audio cues. He worked his way up from games such as Space Invaders and Asteroids into modern combat games. I guess I don't know how I do it, really, Bryce said as he continued playing while facing away from the screen. Facing away from the screen. It's beyond me. I'm just quoting him. Bryce knows this much. He started playing at home when he was about 7. He enjoyed trying to play, but he wasn't very good at first, said his father Larry, but he just kept trying. He broke a lot of controllers. When the questions of broken controllers comes up, Bryce flashes a smile and just shrugs. I used to have quite a temper, he said. Me and controllers didn't get along very well. Now we get along just fine. While playing Soul Calibur 2, Bryce worked his way through the introductory screens with ease, knowing exactly what to click to start the game he wanted. He rarely asked for help. Once the game started, he didn't need any help. How do I move an exasperated opponent, Ryan O'Banion asked, while doing battle, which his character was frozen in place. You can't, Bryce answered before finishing him off. That's what happens. That's why I don't play him, O'Banion said after his blood-spattered character's corpse vanishes from the screen. How Bryce became so good is a mystery to his father. He just sat there and he tried until he got it right, Larry Mellon said. He can't ever complain to me or anyone else about how hard it was. Bryce hangs out any chance he gets at the Dog Tags Gaming Center in Lincoln, opened last month. Every now and then, someone will come in and think that he can beat the blind kid. That attitude doesn't faze Brian. I'll challenge them maybe if I feel like a challenge, he said, displaying an infectious confidence. I freak people out by playing facing backwards. There's nothing he likes better than playing video games. He will be a senior in high school next year after graduation. He plans a year off because he wants a break from school. And when he goes to college, he wants to study, what else? Video game design. This is just an extreme example, but I think a really good one, that all change is a function of desire. If you want it bad enough, you'll find a way to do it. If you want to be able to think in probabilities because you want to be consistently successful, you will find a way to do it. I'm going to give you ways, but what I'm saying is that you will find a way. If you don't, then it's that simple. You won't. It's like almost every, let's put it, the traders, when I was doing coaching, the traders that I worked with fell into the 2 basic categories, and there almost wasn't anybody in between. The first category would be traders who were already consistently successful. They already knew how to win, and what they wanted was fine-tuning. So they'd go to a trading coach like myself to find some really creative ways, let's say, to fine-tune themselves where they can actually make more money than what they were already making. And then the other category was desperation and I'll do anything. The all do anything. Everyone in between, no way. And even the all do anything wasn't always sincere. Sometimes it was just lip service. Change is also a function of the degree to which we change, is also a function of the clarity of your intent. In other words, you can have the desire, but your intent has to be really clear. Because when you think about the whole concept of changing, what you're really saying is that I'm willing to let go of a certain portion of my identity, in a way, of some part of myself that, I obviously operated out of for X number of years or months or whatever, maybe put a lot of energy into, and you got to be willing to let that go. Is it even possible to change a belief? How about it? Is it possible to change a belief? Yes. I mean, it happens all the time, does it not? Yes. Is there anybody in the room who did not grow up? This is just a simple example, a simple illustration. Is there anybody in the room who did not grow up with a belief in Santa Claus? Is it most everybody did? Just an example. If you believed at some point in your life in Santa Claus, where's that belief now? What happened to it? What happened to that portion of your identity? Because if we were all children, if we were all 4 and 5 years old, and someone knocked on that door and said Santa Claus is out in the lobby, we'd probably be jumping over each other to get there, right? And it was that belief, the energy inside of that belief would compel us to express ourselves in a particular way, a way that was consistent with the belief. If I believed in Santa Claus and someone said and gave me information and said Santa Claus is in the lobby, I'm going to be jumping over these tables to get there as a 4-year-old. Now as an adult, someone knocked on the door and said Santa Claus is in the lobby, I'm sure I'd just ignore them. Where did my belief in Santa Claus go? What happened to it?
Just let it go.
Yeah, I don't know the underlying. I mean, really, I can't say that I know the underlying dynamics of how that energy got transformed. But I can say it doesn't exist inside of my mental environment any longer in a way that would compel me to express myself like I did believe in Santa Claus. In other words, there's no more energy there. I can remember when I did believe it. I could say to myself, yeah, there's something, or maybe even something there even now, but not enough for me to go running out into the lobby. You can say before you walked in here that you might have had a real strong belief that whatever you used to determine your edge gave you that edge on a trade-by-trade basis. In other words, I wouldn't be putting on this trade if I didn't think I was right. Now you can say to yourself, are you willing to let that go? The only way you're going to be willing to let it go, to even generate the desire to let it go, is if you're really clear about your intent. Hopefully I've given you enough insight to be really clear about your intent as to why you might want to let this go. Because it's just going to create frustration. If you like trading on a random basis, then great. Then stay on a trade-by-trade basis. And trade randomly, because it is fun. You'll win, you'll have winning streaks, but I can assure you without a shadow of a doubt that you trade randomly and you are setting yourself up for catastrophic losses. Because anything you do could result in a win, and most of the things people end up doing are just the kind of things that set themselves up for a catastrophic loss. Because you are reinforcing inappropriate behaviors. On a trade, when you trade randomly on a trade-by-trade basis, you are reinforcing inappropriate behaviors. Those inappropriate behaviors, namely, are not predefining your risk is the biggest one. You get into a trade, you don't predefine your risk, and you win. You're going to do it again. You're going to do it again until you get hit with a huge loss. And sometimes those are really hard to recover from. And in fact, for most people, they're almost impossible. Not that you can't, it's just that they just don't have the resources for it, nor do they have the desire or the inclination to do it. They just walk away. Are you relatively clear about why you would want to do this? Why you'd want to go from a trade-by-trade to a series of trades perspective? Sincerity. See, you need the desire, you need the clarity, and you need the sincerity. It can't be lip service. It has to be real. It has to be authentic. As a matter of fact, I'm going to say to you that based on my experience, if you're clear, if the desire is there, it's genuine, the clarity of your purpose is there, it's unconflicted, and so the sincerity is there, it will virtually happen automatically. That is the technique for change. What most people, the problem is that with most people, it takes usually a series. Let's say it takes using various techniques that are available, that have been created and thought up, that over a period of years they finally get to the point where they have the real desire, they have the clarity, and the real sincerity is there, and once all those are in place, the change happens automatically. And they would think that it happened over a period of years using techniques. But the reality is it just clicked into that, just finally the whole thing clicked into that one point where it's all there like the straw that broke the camel's back. I mean, a good example would be about what I'm talking about in terms of how clear you have to be in some cases, because some of the energy that you want to move out in terms of a conflicting or dysfunctional belief, it could be really strong energy. I mean, it could be pretty substantial. When you think about it, I mean, there are traders that I worked with many years ago especially that were really, I mean, hardcore technicians. I mean, these are really hardcore guys that just, I'm not even going to mention the techniques they use, but, it's like, well, I'll get, like Elliott wave casualties. I mean, there were guys that were just, there was a time in the late 80s and early 90s where a lot of my off-the-floor traders were what I call Elliott wave casualties. And, because these would start, when they start understanding the difference between analysis and execution and also the underlying dynamics of the market, it's like they had to get to a point where the realization that they'd spent 10 years or 8 years and thousands or tens of thousands of dollars on analysis and workshops and seminars when none of it was, or very little of it was really necessary. I mean, they had to reconcile all that stuff, and that wasn't an easy thing to do. That wasn't an easy thing to let go of. It wasn't an easy thing to say, okay, it was all right. I know what I need to know now, and, But how do you know what real clarity of intent is? Imagine yourself being held underwater. Imagine yourself being held underwater, and as your air starts to run out, second by second, it gets to the point where you believe that if you don't get a breath of air right now, you're going to drown. That is a point at which every fiber of your mental being is aligned 100% with your desire for that next breath of air. There's no conflict. There's no hesitation. There isn't anything that argues inside of you for anything else other than that next breath of air. If you want to make money bad enough, in other words, if you want to be able to make the kind of income that you can rely on as a trader, then your desire to switch to this series of trades approach has to be greater than any resistance that you might have to stay in a trade-by-trade approach. Does this make sense?
Absolutely. It does.
Degree of conviction, I just basically gave you that too. How much energy is behind your desire. Energy moves prices in the market. I mean, what moves prices? An imbalance in conviction. What does conviction imply? Conviction implies energy. Energy. I am not going to bid a price up to a next highest level unless I think I know what the hell I'm doing and that I can make the market go further, or someone else is going to come in and help me out. I have to have conviction to do the opposite of what it takes to make money, meaning buy high instead of buy low, or sell low instead of sell high. My conviction in the future has to be greater than the guy on the other side of the trade. Conviction moves prices. Conviction will move energy inside your mental environment. Focused thought will move energy out of dysfunctional beliefs. And that's basically what we're talking about. We're talking about clarity of intent, desire. That is focused thought. You know exactly where you want to go. You want to get to the point where you believe that there's a random distribution between wins and losses, that anything can happen, that you don't need to know what's going to happen next to make money. And that's the big one. I don't need to know what's going to happen next to make money. If you understand the benefits of installing those beliefs inside your mental environment as a core component of your trading personality, then you will find a way to do it. I'm going to give you a way, but self-discipline. Self-discipline I define as simply making a conscious commitment to pay attention to what you are thinking, saying, or doing in relationship to what you're trying to accomplish in any given moment. In other words, if, for an example, I have a goal or a desire or an objective, a desire to transform myself into someone who can think like a professional trader, someone who thinks in a series of trades perspective, someone who believes in the random distribution between wins and losses in my series, and I also know that, you know, I may have any number of conflicting beliefs that I've acquired over the years.
NQ candle flip. NQ candle flip.
You know, even though I'm aware of the benefits of this, there's all these other beliefs that say this isn't true. This is not who I am. This is who I am right here. Okay, yeah, he seems to be making a lot of sense up here, but you know something? This is who I am. You want to transform yourself into someone who thinks this. You can use self-discipline as a technique, which is simply my objective is to think in a series of trades perspective, start monitoring your thoughts, your words, or your actions to see that they're consistent with what it is that you want to accomplish. And then simply purposefully refocus when you find out that you're saying, doing, or thinking something that's opposite or not consistent with what you desire. And just constantly refocus. Eventually you'll get to the point where you are that person. A real good example of employing self-discipline is back in the late 70s, I decided I wanted to become a runner. And I can't tell you why. I really, because I don't remember the reason why. I just got it in my brain that I wanted to do it. Now, back when I was a kid in high school and college, I was very active, played a lot of sports. But from that point on, my lifestyle was such that I ended up becoming somewhat of a slug. And I'd say a slug, just, I watched a lot of, my primary vocation other than working was watching TV. And so when I decided that, I wanted to become a runner, what did I do? I went out and ran. And I found out that I couldn't. I mean, I say I couldn't. I mean, I literally couldn't. I was shocked and astounded as to how out of shape I was. I couldn't even run 2 blocks. And so, I went out the next day and only could run 2 blocks again. I thought, oh my God. And then I didn't run again for probably 6 months. And so when I ran again, I at least had enough desire to compel me to run more than a couple of days. And I found something out is that I was amazed at how fast your body adapts and improves. And so that gave me a lot of encouragement because, I ran a couple of times and I ran the 3rd and 4th time. And it's like I ran so much further, like the 4th, 3rd or 4th time. I'm thinking that gave me a lot of encouragement to think, okay, I can do this. And so I set this goal for myself that this was like in May, I don't remember, in May of 1979 or 1978. I really don't remember. Anyway, but I set this goal for myself that I wanted to be able to run 5 miles by the end of the summer. And at the time, it seemed insurmountable. It really did. It didn't seem like it was even remotely possible to me, but that was my goal. And so I went out and, being kind of a methodical person, I went out and I bought a journal, a running journal, and a stopwatch, and of course the running shoes and all this kind of good stuff. And so set out to just start running, and immediately ran into a set of obstacles. And those obstacles had to do with like it wasn't a part of my identity, because every time I said, okay, I'm going to go running, okay, I'm going to go run. Well, what do you think happened? All these conflicting and competing thoughts flooded my brain like, okay, it's too hot, it's too cold, I ran 3 or 4 days ago, nobody I know, none of my friends are doing this, it might rain, and the biggest one, of course, was, I'll go after this program. And of course, I never went. So I would say that out of all the times that when I said I want to run, I would say that I managed to actually get my shoes on and get out the door maybe 30% of the time. Okay? But that 30% of the time, I was improving, okay? And I was actually getting further and further and getting encouraged. But I realized as I could run further and further, like I was up to a mile maybe, or a mile and a quarter or something, because I marked it all off in terms of like every half mile kind of thing of the course that I did. So I realized that I was getting so enthused over the fact that I was even getting that far that I thought I needed a mechanism to get the 5 miles because I thought I'd quit. What I mean I thought I'd quit is that if I got the 2 miles, that was so far beyond what I thought I could ever do anyway, that what would compel me to go to 5? And so I don't know why I thought that way, but that's what I did. I really did. So I established what I called the 5-mile rule. And the 5-mile rule was, if I managed to get through all my conflicting and competing thoughts, and if I managed to get through those and actually get my shoes on and get outside and take one step forward, that I had to always run at least one step further than I did the time before. And I knew what that was because I kept the journal. I knew exactly where I stopped. So my rule was I always had to go, I could go more than one step, but it had to be at least one step. And what I found, and this was really interesting, because what I found is that there was a threshold. There was a certain threshold point at which all the conflicting and competing thoughts went away, and it was like I became a runner. It was like I didn't have to force myself to go out and run anymore. I actually felt compelled to run. And in a sense, what I did was create a new sense of identity. Like some people might call it a habit or whatever, I just call it a new sense of identity. I actually established a belief that said, I am a runner. That's who I am. You see, it's like it was people, and then my friends and family, they all thought that I was really disciplined. Because that's what I say about, most people think discipline is a personality characteristic. I don't define it that way at all. I define it as simply a technique for change. Because when we see somebody doing something that we can't do, that we'd like to do, but we have a problem with it, we just naturally think that they have the same kind of problems and that they're being disciplined in doing it. And that's not the case at all. If you're doing something effortlessly, it's because it's who you are. There was a threshold point, like I said, where all the conflicting energy just completely dissipated. And instead of me having to consciously say to myself, oh, I'm going to go out and run, I actually felt compelled to run. Then I got to the 5 miles, and then I got to the point where I was running so much that I actually had to establish a corollary belief to learn how to listen to my body, because there were days where my body was basically saying, hey, this is not a good day to run, and give yourself a rest. And that had to be all right. But for a while it wasn't, because when you start injuring yourself, then you know you're overdoing it. So I actually had to establish a belief that it was all right not to run. So it went from conflicting and competing thoughts to this is who I am. And now it's effortless. Completely effortless. There's no conflict at all. That's what you're going to have to learn, or that's what you're going to learn how to do with your trading. You're going to learn how to put on a sample size of trades where it becomes completely effortless, where there's no conflicting or competing thoughts about what it is that you're doing and why you're doing it. It wouldn't even occur to you to make the kind of mistakes that you typically make now. That's what you want to do. You want to get to the point where it doesn't even occur to you. It doesn't even enter your brain. Does everybody understand that example? And like I said, when you realize that you're not appropriately focused on your objective, meaning you notice that you're either thinking, saying, or doing something that's inconsistent with what you're trying to accomplish, you deliberately refocus your attention on the object of your goal. Just do the best you can. Okay. So basically, like I said, this whole section, this last section is giving you steps and techniques for evolving into a professional trader's mindset. So what you want to do is you want to resolve. In other words, say to yourself, my desire is to be a certain way so that I can make a consistent income from my trading, something I can rely on. So I resolve to stop analyzing or trying to figure out if the current opportunity to put on a trade is going to work. Resolve to stop doing that. And when you find yourself doing it, consciously refocus your thoughts that analyzing is not beneficial in any way. As a passive technical trader, you are dependent on the behavior of the traders to make your trade a winner, and you are using a mathematical formula or price pattern to predict what they will do. Math formulas or price patterns don't know the intentions, objectives, or reasons why the individual traders who are capable of moving prices behave the way they do. As a result, you will almost never know the real reason why any particular trade worked or not. There's nothing to analyze. There's just nothing to analyze. Nothing. There was back when I was in commercial casualty sales, there was a sales course that I bought by Zig Ziglar. Everybody know who Zig Ziglar is? Okay. And there was a part of this sales course where Zig Ziglar was talking about the exact right moment to ask a closing question to close a sale. And he said he's trying to get people to understand when that right moment is, and when you know where you're at that right moment. Zig Ziglar paused, and there was silence, and then he screamed, "Shut up!" He screamed out much louder than that. "Shut up." The first person who talks loses. In other words, when you ask that closing question as a salesman, shut up and don't say a word, because if he said the first one who talks loses, and that was the truth. That worked. I found when I felt compelled to talk before he did, I didn't get the sale. And when I was able to keep my mouth shut and let them talk first, I did. What I'm saying to you is that when you get a signal from your methodology, stop thinking. There's nothing to think about. There's nothing to think about. Do you understand why I said that? Just put on the trade. There's absolutely nothing to think about. Just put the trade on. So you resolve to stop analyzing, okay? I resolve. I'm not going to analyze anymore. When I get a signal, I'm going to stop thinking. Resolve to learn the skill of trading without fear. In other words, manage your expectations by discarding the trade-by-trade approach in favor of a series of trades approach. Is what we've been talking about for probably the last half an hour. The pitfalls of a trade-by-trade perspective. Anything you do for any reason could result in a winning trade. The problem is many of the things that you could do that results in a winning trade could reinforce trading behaviors that could lead to a catastrophic loss. Losing streaks can easily cause one's attitude to deteriorate into a negative spiral when you trade in a trade-by-trade perspective. From a trade-by-trade perspective, you are making a choice to pick what you think is an edge out of all the other possible trades you could have picked. In essence, you are saying, I am picking this trade because I think it's going to work. When you trade in a trade-by-trade perspective, you can't help but think you know what's going to happen next, because you are picking trades that only picking trades that you think are going to work. And therefore, your expectations automatically will not be in line with the realities of the market from its perspective. And therefore will have the potential to define and interpret market information in a threatening way, therefore causing your perception of that information to be all out of whack, and you're going to end up creating the very things you want to avoid, which is lose and make money, or lose and be wrong. You guys with me on this?
Yes.
The reality is, at a rational level, you don't know if any trade is going to work, because you never know for sure who's participating and what their intent is. You're guessing. See, you know what traders is? An educated guess. This is what we do as traders. Edge. Got an edge. You-cated. Guess. That means probabilities. You're making an educated guess. You've got the probabilities in your favor. That's all we're doing here. With a specific expectation of the outcome, any market information that doesn't conform to what you expect will be perceived as threatening. You will be trading with fear. If you win, you think you're right, and if you lose, you think you're wrong. In either case, you'll be setting yourself up to make a trading error on the next trade. Just think about what I just said. Regardless of what happens, if you're right or if you're wrong, in either case, you're setting yourself up to make a trading error on the next trade. Because our minds have the natural tendency to connect the past with the present. If the trade was a winner, in other words, if you're trading in a trade-by-trade perspective, and you think you were right because you won, in other words, whatever reason you use, the market seemed to validate that reason. We know now that that just is not the case. If the trade was a winner, we're susceptible to, on the next trade, not predefining the risk. Well, the last one was a winner. I knew for that reason. I knew what was happening. Therefore, the risk doesn't exist. Not letting ourselves get stopped out of a loser. Jumping the gun because you're anticipating the signal. Over trading our position size. Not booking any profits because you think it's going to go on forever. Is this making sense to everybody?
Yes.
If the trade was a loser, you're susceptible to not predefining the risk because you're going to gather all the information that's necessary to make sure it's not going to be a loser this time. Otherwise, I wouldn't be putting it on. Right? You're going to analyze it to death. You're going to hesitate, get in late, or not get in at all. Take profits too soon, or revenge trading by not booking any profits. In other words, whatever the market's given you ain't enough. I got to have more. The last trade was a loser. I got to have more. The benefits of a series of trades perspective. You know exactly what behaviors serve your purpose and what behaviors do not. You cannot trade in a series of trades perspective with a trading plan and not know exactly what behaviors will serve your purpose and what behaviors will not. Because everything's planned out. You're either following your plan or you're not. But the point is, everything is planned. You are not picking individual trades, therefore, no one trade has any more or any less significance than the other. The next trade, this trade, they're all just trades. None of them have any more or any less significance. You will gain a sense of freedom to flow in and out of your trades without conflict because you are not living or dying on the outcome of any particular trade. By reducing the number of variables, you will be learning what works and what doesn't. By truly accepting that the outcome of this trade could be different than whatever happened the last time, you are positively managing your expectations. Now think about what I just said. By truly accepting. What does it mean to truly accept? It means that there's no other part of your identity or consciousness that is in conflict with accepting the fact, genuinely accepting the fact, that this trade could have a different outcome than the last one. If the last trade was a winner, it means that this trade could have a different outcome. It could be a loser. If the last trade was a loser, it means that this trade could have a different outcome. It could be a winner. You see, our minds don't feel like there's anything wrong with you by thinking in the previous way, because our minds are wired to think that way. Our minds are literally wired to connect the two. That's why it's so difficult for many people to break through into this ability to think in probabilities and to break into this threshold of consistency. Is because we're working in some cases against natural wiring. It is natural for our minds to say, if this is what happened the last time, if the circumstances are identical or similar this time, then the same thing is going to happen. What I'm saying to you is that you have to step into an exercise where you consciously disconnect the two. In other words, your whole purpose is to disconnect this now moment from what happened the last time. Because there is no connection. The reality is there's no connection. That's the truth. You just can't let your mind think that there is a connection. There is no connection between between the outcome of this now moment opportunity with what happened the last time, even though the variables that are getting you into this trade or identifying this opportunity are identical. That creates quite a paradox for our brains, okay? That's why people can understand the nature of probabilities. They can understand them, but they can't function from that perspective. You have to train your mind to function from that perspective. That's what separates everyone from the pros. Okay? You have to train your mind to disconnect. Don't let yourself think that there's any connection between now and what happened the last time, because the reality is there is none. There really isn't. I don't care how identical it looks. You can use the same mathematical formulas and criteria in those formulas that apply to market data and come up with these patterns, but I guarantee you the traders that are operating in the market now are not the same traders, identically at least not the same traders as the ones that operated the last time. Therefore, there's no possible way that there could be a connection between now and then. There's just no possible way. When you disconnect, when you make that disconnection, okay, you won't perceive market information as threatening. You'll eliminate the potential to make a trading error, and you will be aspiring to trade without fear in a carefree state of mind. Now that you understand that your technical methodology does not tell you what will happen next on a trade-by-trade basis, in this section, I will take you through a step-by-step process that will integrate the principles of consistency as a functional part of your trading personality. Up to this point, we've talked about how we get into this mindset, about resolving to think in certain ways, but this is learning how to disconnect. In other words, learning how to circumvent that natural mechanism in our mind that automatically connects things, connects similar events, this now moment opportunity, this now moment event, with something that's in our mind as a memory. If there's enough, if there's enough similarity there, it'll tap us into a state of mind that's identical to our memories, as opposed to what might be available in the now moment, which may be very different than very different than what we think that it is. I mean, that's where we have relationship problems, communication problems. It's like it's this connect mechanism really does cause us a lot of problems. It really does, because in many cases, a lot of the pain and heartache that we feel in our lives is not connected at all with what's really happening in that moment, but you wouldn't be able to convince ourselves, or no one would be able to convince us, or wouldn't be able to convince ourselves that what we weren't experiencing in that moment wasn't real, because what we were experiencing was the energy. It was the fear, the confidence, the dissatisfaction, the betrayal. The energy of it is real, that you can't say this is not what's happening. But the problem is that the interpretation of the information that tapped us into the state of mind, and the connection that our mind automatically made from this now moment to some memory in the past, could be, like I said, completely erroneous. When you look at the very nature of the universe and the way it exists, there is no possible way that any moment could ever duplicate itself. No two moments are ever alike, ever. And could never be. Because if you just look at it, if you look at physical reality, it's constructed of atoms and molecules, and those atoms and molecules are in constant motion. They are in constant motion. For two moments to ever duplicate themselves, it means that all the atoms of all the molecules would have to be in the exact same spot they were in some previous moment right now. And that ain't going to happen. So when you really get right down to it, every moment is really unique. Every moment in the environment is really unique. But our minds don't process information that way. Every moment in the market is genuinely and truly unique, but our minds don't process it that way. We have to train our minds to process it that way if we want to make ourselves the casino. If we want to put ourselves in the situation where we are the casino, then we got to get our minds to process information in a different way. Richard had a comment that I thought was really good.
We tend to associate with a winning trade or a losing trade. That when we do suffer a loss, we tend to think of ourselves as a loser, instead of that is just a trade that turned out a loss.
Right.
And when we do get a winning trade, we think, well, I'm a winner. So you get caught up in the emotion of it instead of looking at it, that was a bad trade, this was a good trade. It has nothing to do with whether or not you're a winner or a loser.
Richard, have you ever played the slots?
No.
Never?
Well, yes.
Why couldn't you say?
Yes,
Go ahead.
not anymore because I
No,
understand.
I didn't say, no. Did I say, have you ever played the slots?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When the tumblers didn't come up with any kind of a jackpot, did you think of yourself as a loser?
No.
Why?
Because I know that the slot machine is rigged against me.
Well, okay, but did you think there's any possibility of ever winning?
Absolutely, because I did get some.
In
But
other words-
eventually ended up with an empty pocket.
But in other words, you walked into it with the belief that on any particular time that you pushed the button that there was a random outcome.
Correct.
You knew that, right? And so therefore you didn't think of yourself as a loser.
Correct. Not.
Have you ever thought of yourself as a loser when you had a losing trade?
Yes.
And what would be the reason?
Because I lost.
No, because you
The
didn't
trade.
because you didn't believe that there was a random outcome, right? If someone told you from the very beginning that whatever outcomes that you experienced from any methodology that you picked to define an edge were random, would you be thinking about this completely differently?
It makes a big difference. Absolutely.
Yeah. So in other words, you wouldn't have the same emotional problems that you might have with the kind of errors and everything else that goes along with trading with fear if someone would have just said to you, you know what, there's a random outcome.
That would
Even
help.
though it's a pattern and it doesn't make sense and it creates a paradox for our minds, we got a pattern that produces a random outcome. If you believe that there was a random outcome, where would the emotions come from?
They would certainly diminish, if not
Well, they
go
wouldn't
away.
be. I don't think they'd be anywhere at all,
They
would
go
they?
away, yes.
No, I'm saying if you just right from the very start, what would you
Right.
have to associate with? If it's a random outcome, then you know that you're not wrong, right?
Correct.
So there wouldn't be anything to associate the outcome with any kind of interpretation that could end up causing you to feel some sort of emotional pain.
You're right.
All we're trying to do is get to that place now. Even though you've had all this backlog of experience telling you otherwise, that's where we want to get to. How are we going to get there? We're going to create an exercise. Remember the 5-mile rule? Okay, we're going to do the 5-mile rule in a trading exercise. Why are we going to do the exercise? Remember, we have to have clarity of intent. What is our desire? Our desire is to become a consistently successful trader, one where I can generate an income I can rely on. Okay? And so we are going to actually trade for a new reason. We're going to stay focused in the process of trading as opposed to the outcome. The typical trader is obsessed with the outcome of a trade. The professional trader is focused in the process of trading and letting the outcomes take care of themselves. As a matter of fact, the best traders that I've ever encountered love the process of trading. The typical trader, on the other hand, either has no awareness of the actual process of trading or really doesn't like the process of trading, but they're addicted to or obsessed with the outcome. So you have to make up your mind, and everyone in this room at some point in their lives, for some reason, has decided to make up their mind about something, and when you have, you got results. I know everyone has had that experience. You've made up your mind with so much desire, so much clarity of intent, and with absolute sincerity that you got the desired result. So I'm saying that if you make up your mind to trade for a new reason, the reason is the acquisition of skills as opposed to the outcome or how much money you're making, you will acquire those skills, and then you'll find that the outcomes just take care of themselves. If you've paper traded or tested your methodology to the point where you have confidence that you have something that can generate consistent results, then you can do this exercise. If you haven't, then you're going to have to do that first. You're going to have to plan your trades. In other words, you're going to have to take your methodology and determine a given set of rigid variables, because what we're going to do is set up a trading exercise with just a simple 25 trade or 20 trade sample size. In other words, what you're going to say is that I am willing to invest in the development of these skills, the skill of learning to trade without fear, learning to think in probabilities, because when you learn to think in probabilities, the fear will go away. And so what I essentially have to do is convince myself. I have to purposefully step into an experience where I am convinced, where I literally convince myself that these principles are true. Now, they sound true to you. They might resonate as the truth, but you have to keep in mind that you might have a backlog of any number of experiences that would support beliefs that would argue otherwise. Because I could say to you that if I set up or you set up an exercise where you said, okay, I've got a particular set of variables that when they appear in the market, that is my edge, and that my edge will produce, let's say, even 60% winning trades, and you don't even have to have 60%. You can have 50% and still make consistent money, as long as what you have to risk to find out if it works is, a third or a half of what you normally get when the trade does work in terms of profits. But if we set this exercise up so that there's no wiggle room, there is no wiggle room. What I mean by wiggle room is that the variables, the criteria that you use are absolutely rigid, black and white. They're either present or they are not. That's the only decision you have to make. In other words, if you do it in terms of lights, whatever lights you're going to use, whatever time frame, the lights you're going to use in whatever time frame, they are either on or they're not. And if they're on, you are obligated to take the trade. And what you're going to say to yourself is that in this, whatever criteria or plan that you set up is, I am not going to take just the next trade. I am going to take the next 20 trades. You are committing yourself to taking the next 20 trades of the occurrence of your edge. You will know in advance, based on testing and paper trading, exactly the optimum amount that you have to risk. In other words, what your risk is on each trade. And it's not going to be a varied amount. It's going to be a specific amount, whether it's in terms of dollars or distance. It will be a specific amount so that you know exactly how much each trade is going to potentially could cost you. And it should really be set up as a rigid profit potential too. In other words, I don't want you making subjective decisions as to about how far you're going to let the market go in your favor. So if you can get a set of variables, well, let's say you even 2 to 1 or even 1.5 to 1, 1.5 to 1, meaning that if I have to risk 1 point of something, even if it's, let's say, in stocks, if I have to risk $1 to make that my particular set of variables, my entry variables, will get me into a trade where if I risk $1, I'll get $2 60% of the time or 50% of the time. Then that's what you do. You do 2 to 1. There are trading methodologies that can be even the opposite. You can even go 2 to 1 here, meaning you can risk 2 to get 1, but in these cases the trade has to be 80 or 90% correct. You can do it any percentages you want as long as it is fixed. There is no wiggle room. There is no subjective decision making whatsoever. Am I really clear about this? There is no subjective decision making whatsoever. Go ahead.
The big things in expectancy or in trading with risk-reward ratio is you don't know which trade is going to be the winning trade.
Correct.
And typically you try to let your winning trade get stopped out on your winning trades. But what you're saying to us for this exercise is that we take a fixed stop. I understand the fixed risk, but a fixed essential profit stop.
You know what? If you can set it up as a trailing stop, if you can set your trailing stops up where you're not making any kind of subjective decision, you can do that too.
So it doesn't matter as long as it's defined.
If you're sophisticated enough to do that, then yes. Okay. Most traders in these situations are not. That's why I make it real easy. Okay. As long as you're not making any decisions. So in other words, what you're saying is that if the market goes X number of points in my favor, I move my trailing stop up to a certain percentage below where the market is right now. And you don't move that unless you get stopped out or it moves up another gradient or whatever. Another, what am I thinking? Standard like deviation beyond. Yeah, okay, whatever you're using, okay? Yeah, if you can do that, that's fine. I just want all the variables to be completely and absolutely fixed. Okay? And then you fixed all these variables, and so you say to yourself, I'm going to take the next 20 trades. Not just the next one, but the next 20. No matter what. No matter what. Now that means that you have to be prepared based on the amount that you have to risk. You have to be prepared to take 20 losses in a row. The likelihood of that happening is about as remote as getting 20 wins in a row. But the point is that the dollar value of the risk of each trade multiplied by 20, you have to be able to afford. So you've got to set it up that way. You've got to set it up so that you can afford the dollar value of the risk of taking 20 losing trades in a row. Because what you're saying to yourself, if taking the risk, if taking the 20 trades in a row, losing 20 trades in a row based on the amount of shares that you trade. So for an example, if the standard amount of shares that you trade would say that, you know, if I had lost 20 trades in a row based on how much I've got to risk, it's going to be $5,000. You say to yourself, you know what, I don't want to spend $5,000 on this. Then don't. But say I'm truly willing to spend, let's say, $1,000. Then set it up where the amount of contracts or shares that you trade correspond to adding each one up where it comes up to $1,000. Even if it means just trading 10 shares at a time. Go down to a level where you're completely comfortable with the dollar value. You have to be completely comfortable. And then when you get an occurrence of your edge, put the trade on and see what happens. And if it turns out to be a winner, you think, oh, hey, yeah, Mark Douglas, hey, good, hey, this is all right, okay? Yeah. So this one turns out to be a winner, and maybe this one turns out to be a winner. And maybe, well, this one's a loser. You think, okay, I can handle that. And this one's a loser? Uh-oh, and this one's a loser. Now we've got 3 losers in a row. I have rarely met a trader who doesn't have a problem with the next trade after 3 losers in a row. You made the commitment to take every single trade. When the next one comes up and your mind is screaming, no, it's a loser. Remember how our minds are wired to think? Our minds are wired to think that way, but that is not the truth. The truth is, your methodology, the mathematical formula, does not know what the outcome of that trade is going to be. And neither do you. You got to take it anyway. And see, And when these occurrences, when you purposefully put yourself into a situation where you're confronting these conflicting beliefs, because that's what's rearing its head. This is any different than me saying, I want to go run, and then well, after that program, or it's too cold, it's too hot, it's raining, whatever. It's the exact same thing. You put the trade on anyway, and it turns out to be a winner, you are convincing yourself that you don't know what's going to happen next. Because you created an experience that directly contradicts what you thought was true. You actually created an experience that directly contradicts what you thought was true. And the more of these you run into, and the more times you do it, all of a sudden, you're not thinking the old way anymore. You are truly and genuinely learning how to think in probabilities. You are integrating thinking in probabilities as a core part of your trading personality. You may understand the nature of probabilities, but now you're being able to function from a probabilistic perspective. Because what you're going to do is you're going to do this exercise until you can do it flawlessly. You are going to do this exercise, and you do the first one, and if you don't execute your trades completely flawlessly, then do it again. Now, at the end of a sample size, if you don't like the outcome, if you don't like the results, meaning the amount of money that you made, or even lost for that matter, because that's possible, you don't like the bottom line, you can tweak your variables. You just can't do it in the middle of a sample size. If you want to change your variables at the end of a sample size, you're free to do it. You cannot do it in the middle of one. Cannot. Absolutely cannot. You will keep doing this exercise until when? What? What?
Until you're consistent.
Well, yes, but there's something else I want to get. Until when? How do you know you've arrived? How do you know you've actually arrived, that you've changed?
That you can freely and easily put in the trade.
That's right. You can there's no conflicting energy anymore. It doesn't occur to you to not do it. It doesn't even enter your brain. You don't even get the thought. You get a signal, you put on the trade. You get a signal, you put on the trade. It's like then it's who you are. You guys with me on this? You manage to actually work through all that conflicting energy, and you've changed. You're a different person. Because the competing and conflicting thoughts don't even enter your consciousness. They're not there anymore. Because it's not who you are anymore. Any questions about this? Is this making sense to everybody? If you're really sincere about wanting to generate a consistent income, you'll do this exercise. And if you're not, you won't. And you might not be ready to, and that's all right. Whenever you're ready, you'll do it. But this will work. This will work. One second. Because you are actively stepping into an experience where your desire is to change the way that you think. Instead of avoiding the confrontation, you are actually embracing the confrontation. Big difference. You are embracing the confrontation. Because the more that you embrace it, the faster it dissipates. Go ahead.
Can you speak a little bit about going from paper trading to real money? I know there's a difference, and you would say you were trying a new strategy or something that you were tweaking. You would do paper first, and what would you consider? I mean, if would you look at each trade, and if you executed it flawlessly, and you say you generated money, and then you went to real money, how would you decide? I guess if you lost money, to answer my own question here, in other words, what would you expect the transition to be?
Well, that's going to depend on the individual. One, you're always going to want a paper trade. If you've got a new set of variables that you're working with, you're always going to want to paper trade it to the point where you're confident that you can get good results. That doesn't mean that you can execute good results. It means that the potential is there. You want to know the potential is there, correct? Once you know that the potential is there, then you move. See, the paper trading part is only to find out what variables in the market work in relationship to, like market movement in relationship to the formula, okay? Now we're working on our brain, okay? That's the first step. The second step is that do I think in a way that's consistent that I can extract the maximum potential out of the methodology? That means executing flawlessly. So what you do is you set this exercise up in a way that what'll dictate it is how much you're comfortable with how much you're comfortable with the dollar amount of losing every single trade. That's how you know how to set it up. That's really key. It really is. It means that if you have to trade one share, then if that's all you're comfortable with losing, based on the dollar value of how much you have to risk on each trade. That's based on your analysis, by the way. Then do it. And then when you can execute one share flawlessly over a sample size or one or two sample sizes, then go to 10 shares and see how you do. And if you can't do 10 shares comfortably and flawlessly, go back to 5. You're just building skills. If you get your mind out of the money, out of the outcome part, and focus on building the skills, once those skills are there, you're going to make all the money you want. That makes sense, doesn't it? Do this exercise and you won't believe how things will change until you actually change, and it'll be amazing. Do the exercise. So does anybody else have any questions about how to set this exercise up? How long are you going to do the exercise? If you set it up and do it, how long are you going to do it? What's the criteria?
20 trades.
I understand. How many 20 trade sample size or 25 trade sample size exercises are you going to do?
Until there's no conflicting.
That's right. Until there's no conflicting and competing thoughts. Until you can do it flawlessly. Until you can do it. Until it's like just a part of who you are. It wouldn't occur to you not to do anything other than what your rules say. It just wouldn't even occur to you. It doesn't even enter your brain. And I guarantee you, at that point, you will be thinking in probabilities. You will be trading without fear. You will be trading from a carefree state of mind. That's the payoff. You'll be thinking like a pro. So you want to resolve to focus your efforts on developing specific trading skills, and consistent profits will naturally flow as a byproduct of the mastery of these skills. The most successful traders love the process of trading, whereas a typical trader usually ignores the process because he's obsessively focused on the outcome.
On these tradings, you keep saying, do the process, and until you do it perfectly. Right. What are some of the pitfalls? I mean, when I trade, I don't really think that I'm doing too much wrong. So I'm curious what all can go wrong on a trade other than typing it in wrong.
All the things like all the errors that I mentioned earlier, like not predefining your. If you're not doing stuff wrong, that's fine. That's don't more. Don't add stuff. Yeah, don't make it. Yeah, don't. If you're doing all right, then you're doing fine. Okay. I don't want to give you the impression that there has to be anything more there. It's, Okay, resolve to commit the 5 fundamental truths about the nature of trading as core beliefs of your trading personality. Those 5 fundamental truths are anything can happen. Is that true or not?
Yes.
Every moment is unique. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. An edge is nothing more than an indication of a higher probability of one thing happening over another. Okay. Is there a random distribution between wins and losses on any given set of variables that define an edge? Yes, absolutely. Do we need to know what's going to happen next to produce a consistent income? No. You see, so if you find yourself, as you're doing this exercise, with conflicting and competing thoughts, pay attention to what you're thinking. Pay attention to what you're about to do as a result of what you're thinking, and then refocus on what you want to believe. I want to believe that anything can happen, that there's a random distribution that I don't need to know, and just stay focused on these particular beliefs, and do the best you can, and keep on doing it until it just becomes a part of who you are.
Sounds like a meditation.
It's right. You're absolutely right. It's like a meditation. That's right, your mantra. Put them up on your wall or by your computer screen. Because they're all true. Resolve to continually reinforce a belief in your ability to be a consistently successful trader by adopting the trader's creed. By the way, these two things are in trading in the zone. The 5 fundamental truths and the trader's creed are both in trading in the zone. The trader's creed, I am a consistent winner. In other words, remember the belief that I put up that I am a runner? Remember that? I said when I actually became a runner, that belief compelled me to express myself in a way that was consistent with that belief? Well, what we want to do is install a belief that says, I am a consistent winner. And the subset beliefs that you have to make this true will automatically compel you to act or behave in a way that's consistent with that belief. Why are you a consistent winner? Because I objectively identify my edges. Objectively, meaning no rationalizations, justifications, or building cases. I know what criteria defines my edge, and it's either present or it's not. I predefine the risk of every trade. Wouldn't even think about getting into a trade without doing that. Now, that doesn't mean, because who brought that up earlier? No, he's not here right now. That doesn't mean that I always put a stop in the market. But I trade subjectively. That doesn't mean I actually enter a stop. But I guarantee you that whatever price I picked as my risk point, I never violate not getting out at that price. The market hits my price, I get out. That doesn't mean I've entered a stop in the market beforehand. But I could do that. I don't have a problem with that. It wouldn't even occur to me not to do otherwise. I'm a consistent winner because I completely accept the risk, or I'm willing to scale back or let go of the edge. Meaning I'm completely free of conflict about the amount of money I'm willing to spend to find out if this trade is going to work. If you're not completely sure, or let's say completely without conflict about the amount of money that it could take to find out if this trade is going to work, then scale back to a level that you're comfortable. But the important thing is participate. Even if you have to scale back again to, like I said, 1 share, at least you're participating at a level where you've got some money at risk. I act on my edges without reservation or hesitation. I am a consistent winner because I act on my edges without reservation or hesitation. I'm a consistent winner because I continually monitor my susceptibility to making trading errors. And how do I do that? I keep journals. I pay myself as the market makes money available to me. I subscribe to a philosophy of scaling out of positions. I like to divide my position up into fractions and scale out in quarters or thirds. That way I'm continually making myself a winner. As the market makes money available, I'm extracting money out of the market because I don't know how far the market's going to go in my favor. And what I have is I usually have at least a quarter or a third on in case it just does something that, you know, I could have never anticipated. And by the time I've got just the last third on or last quarter on anyway, and you know, I've got a trailing stop, or you know, at least a place in my mind where I get out if it retraces back to my, you know, not far beyond my entry point anyway. From that point on. And the last one, I never violate these principles of success. Well, what do you think, guys? Any questions? Get them now. Go ahead.
Do you ever scale in?
No, I know a lot of traders who do. I just don't. That's it. I'm not saying that just because I don't doesn't mean that I don't think it's fine. I just don't have a particular methodology where I scale in. That's all. I get in all at once. Anything else? Here's your chance to get on the DVD. Come on. Don't miss out. What's that?
Never violate water.
Well, no. Why? What do you mean? That you think? Well, what do you? Yeah, you don't have to. You can get to a. Go ahead.
Never violate. The never is it that they said never say never.
Well, you know, let's put it this way: you can at least aspire to never violate the principle. Yeah, that's good, but that's a good point. Yeah, you're making a good point. You really are. I appreciate that. You can aspire to never violate these principles of success. Anything else? Let's call it a day then. Call it a day.
Welcome. You know, when people first start trading, they see the potential. And they go, wow, I can see how this thing can get big, and I can do all the wonderful things I want to do with my life that I've wanted to. It's going to be great. Then they start trading, and the money becomes live. And before you know it, it's very different. What's the secret? What's the secret about becoming a consistently profitable trader? You know, you see some people do it and they do it big, but most just go in and they fall flat on their heads. And where it starts, friends, is understanding about winning and losing and power. You have a section of your brain, the emotional brain, that I often call the caveman brain. And that is a very active part of your brain. It is producing 95% of the decisions you make on a daily basis. The thinking brain doesn't necessarily know about it. I mean, the thinking brain's got language and stuff like that. And the emotional brain does not have language. It has emotions. And they're emotions that are interacting with the environment, the markets. And the moment there's a change in status out there, there's automatically an emotion that appears, whether or not the thinking brain knows it or not. And here's the confusion, is that we come in with an enormous bias to win. I want to win. I want to make things happen. I want to make money. Okay? Everybody does. Yet, at the same time, The caveman brain that actually is doing your emotional trading knows nothing about money. Money is just an alien concept. If you gave it a boatload of money, it would look and not even have any idea. But caveman is your ancestor, and you carry his brain, the emotional brain, the survival brain, in you. And it has no idea what money is, but it knows what the power to survive is. And that's a lot about this cognition we have. You think, oh my gosh, I'm going to go in and win. I'm going to make money. I'm going to have power, money. And that money becomes a representation of your power to survive, your power to have status, your power to be safe. Okay? And all of a sudden, you take a brain that was developed on the African
NQ candle flip. NQ candle flip.
It became thinking probably 50,000 years ago, and you're expecting it. This is what's so funny. You're expecting it to be able to handle the confusion, to handle the uncertainty of trading. It can't. It views taking a loss as death. Think about it. If you take a loss, oh, it's a monetary loss. Yeah, I can handle it. I've got this plan that just keep my losses small. Well, nobody clued in the emotional brain, your caveman brain. Taking a loss to it was serious business. It was life and death. To die, to lose, was to be consumed by like a saber-toothed tiger for a meal. So yeah, if you get into a trade and it starts turning against you and you're taking a loss, it's going bigger and bigger, it's getting close to your stop, your caveman is going to be activated immediately. There's a change, there's danger in the environment, friend. Okay? And what it's going to do is it's going to fight to the very end. It's going to fight to its death. It'll never want to take that loss. That loss is so powerful. So we have a problem already. We realize that that brain that activates under stressful conditions, uncertainty, because when it experiences uncertainty, what your brain does, what that caveman brain does, is all of a sudden it feels very vulnerable. It feels confusion. And it's built not to do that. It is built to control the environment, control outcome. It's built to make things happen. It's built not to lose. And here you are. All of a sudden, it's coming on a loss. Your thinking brain blown out of the water by the urgency of the emotional brain to address this death threat. So that's what you've got, friends. The question is, now that you've got it, what are you going to do? The evolutionary psychology is there. Okay? You do not want to lose. You want to win, because if you win, you survive the day. Yeah, you survive the day. And you also, because you win, you get prestige, you matter. That's something that all Homo sapiens want. Now, but there's one more. We've got one thing that stands in your way. That's evolutionary psychology. And you're dead against it, and understand, it operates in the background. Your thinking brain doesn't even know it's there. It thinks it's quiet. The beast is so tame. But when the money's real and the loss is really imminent, it's activated, and it just overwhelms the thinking brain. You see this problem? Now let's compound it. Let's talk about your brain's mission when you're born is to build you, to adapt you to survive in the world. That world is your family of origin. It's your extended family. It's your community. It's your culture. And most of us grow up in a world that's highly competitive. We want to win. We don't want to lose. And we're taught that from our parents. If you're in a competitive family, it's all about winning. Okay? Then you get in trading and find out something. You have no control over whether or not you win or lose. In everyday life, you think you do. Unless a black swan shows up, you can control by will. You can just tough it up. But in trading, the trading gods just don't care. So now we've gotten this evolutionary psychology, and now we've gotten this, basically the adaptation process of your brain building you to survive in a particular world. And it just so happens it wants to win. Yeah, it matters when it wins. You prove yourself when you win, and you get status. Okay? And what you don't want to do if you grew up in a competitive family is you don't want to lose. Oh, bummer. I hate losing. I hate losing. How many times have I heard that as a trader psychologist? And yet, the successful trader wins by being an expert at losing. Yeah. He doesn't get sucked into hating to lose. No, it's a skill that you develop and you hone under the crucible of the uncertainty and the risk of losing capital. And you learn to be able to, guess what? Take the loss when your guess is not right. It's no big deal. You're not wed to your hypothesis. If you go in and find out it's not right, you get out as soon as you can with a small loss. You live to trade another day. Okay, but in a competitive family, you don't want to lose. You hate losing. Losing means you don't have status. You're not worth anything. You don't matter. You want to win. You want to make things happen. Okay? And ultimately what you discover is a successful trader is not trying to make things happen. He's managing that beast, that caveman brain, so that it's okay to lose. In fact, he trains himself to say, that was a really good loss. I look at my trade and say, was this a method mistake? No, that's pretty much my strategy. Was it a psychological mistake? No, I had a good solid mindset. Then what happened is I just experienced probability, uncertainty of trading. That's all that happened. And what you need to do is you need to calm down that ancient part of your brain that I'm calling caveman. If you don't, you've got a problem. It's not going to go away. You're going to have to develop the skill sets to be able to teach that caveman brain of yours how to be in the world of today. How do you do that? Well, we teach a process. Part of that process is, one, acknowledging that you're an emotional creature. You're not a thinking creature. Thinking is a byproduct of this emotional nature interacting with your beliefs and the environment. And then what you're going to do is you're going to sit there and go, wow. Emotion is a biological action potential that interacts with the environment for survival. Yeah. Now you're beginning to recognize the kind of thinking that can help you get out of this problem. Then you start going, how do I work with it? And the truth is you're going to have to redo the way you breathe. You breathe in such a way that accelerates fight-flight. You're going to have to learn how to breathe diaphragmatically in tense moments. You're going to have to produce mindfulness that allows you to step back out of fusing and identifying with all these thoughts that run around your mind and all the beliefs you have. There is no you. There's no just me. No. What there is a brain that has organized the potential that you are into a particular structure called the self, that the observer that you are has so frozen to that it now identifies as that's me. Those are my thoughts. No, they're not. You are not having thoughts. You are being created by them. They come from history. They come right through your family of origin and through evolutionary psychology, and they interact with the uncertainty. That's what happens, friends. You have within you the capacity of changing the emotions that give rise to the mind that engages uncertainty. That you have control over. You don't have control over outcome, but you can redo the beliefs that you learned in your family of origin and that you inherited by traits from your evolutionary psychology to produce a mind that, when it is trained to engage uncertainty with the disciplined, impartial mind, it calms itself down. It calms the caveman brain down. It also turns toward what it fears, to master it, not to conquer it, but to master it. That, my friends, is why trading, amazingly, is the most powerful self-development avenue that I've ever met in my life. You have to learn to rebuild the mind in order to engage uncertainty successfully in trading. You can get away with denial forever in this ordinary life. And it catches up with you sometimes, but in trading, the time compression between cause and effect just slams you, and you cannot lie to yourself. You have to become honest with yourself, and you have to look and say, I am going to rebuild this brain, this mind that I brought from history into this moment of trading, and I'm going to have to retrain it to change the way it is going to reactively react to uncertainty. Instead of fear or anger about taking a loss, what you're going to do is you're going to have a disciplined partiality and recognize that it's only probability. All you really did is land on the wrong side of probability relative to you. And even more than that, when you win, that's all you've done too. There's no reason to get up and gloat. All you've done is landed on the right side of probability relative to you. That's all, friends. That's what the successful trader knows. He's learned to just taking a loss is just taking a loss. It's not about me. Okay? It's about the mind that I bring into that moment. Successful traders learned how to lose really well. And they also learn how to calm the winning stuff down. It's just probability. You're managing probability. That's all you're doing. You don't have control of the future. Friends, this can be learned. Come to my website. Take a look. Start reading. Get the free book. Go deeper. Read my book. And then start looking at how you can really change. Come and learn, friends. Come and learn. Thank you.
In this fourth section,
it is with.
Unfortunately, with the martingale system, if it's at 6 o'clock on a Sunday morning, that's midnight, 1 o'clock in the US, and he takes money off drunk Americans. He says it's incredibly easy. Okay, peace. And that's his account. And you can see the clusters of good luck and the clusters of bad luck coming in there. He was up 42% in 2019, a very good man. He's the guy, his company, my son worked for before he started his own company. 5 losers in a row after 32. The fear of, this is Mark Douglas's fears, folks. Fear of being wrong, the fear of losing money, the fear of missing out, the fear of leaving money on the table. And those 2 fears, 1 and 2, and certainly for men above 50, and there's a few of us here that are above 50, the fear of being wrong and the fear of losing money is much worse than death itself. Okay, we're going to die anyway, you know. So, but the whole concept of being wrong or losing money, you know, this is slightly cynical, but I want you to think about this. What is your true motivation for being in the market? Are you in the market to make money or in the market to solve a puzzle? I'm going to leave that with you to think about.
To make money, there's nothing to think about. What's there to think about?
A lot of people are in the market to solve a puzzle. They think they're in the market to make money, but they're really not. They're trying to solve a puzzle. Just think about that, okay? Those 2 big fears are real. I've got over those myself because, one, I firmly believe that anything can happen. If you're right 80% of the time, you're wrong 20% of the time. On the next trade, you don't, whether it's one of the 80 or one of the 20. That is a reality of the situation. My money management is good, and that comes from being smacked quite a few times. I've still got a problem with missing out. Anybody got a problem with missing out? Yeah. Still, after all these years, maybe another 40 years, I'll get that right. and then leaving money on the table. Now, I coached a group of farmers in South Africa. These are not Farmer Brown type farmers with a wee red tractor. These are guys, the poor ones drive Cessnas, okay? The really rich ones have Learjets, and they're all pulling diamonds illegally out of the Orange River. And they take them to Antwerp in the upholstery of the Learjet. Seriously rich dudes. I had one guy who was up 10 million South African rands, £1 million, £500,000 now, on a white maize contract. And he gave it all back, every last bit of it back, because he thought the market was going to move further, okay? So, and if you haven't read Trading in the Zone, I think you should read Trading in the Zone. It's just a pity the author is no longer with us. So our journey, folks, is to be able to execute without fear or hesitation. And I'm going to address my best shot in fear at the moment: running away quick, letting winners run, and pushing winners. Let me take you back to 1992. 1992, I sold a mining tools company to Smith of Texas. And for the first time in my life, I was really, really, really wealthy. Couldn't believe it. The company was worth bugger all. But I designed a mining tool, and every oil well that's drilled in the world is drilled with my drill bit, believe it or not. Every last one. And it was something that I took with me out of De Beers, and I developed it on my own. But I didn't have the cash to commercialize it. So I sold it, but did really, really well out of it. I was in London at the time, and I managed to get a copy of this little book. I bought it at Waterstones. It's called The Little Money Bible, by a guy called Stuart Wilde. This is a guy long since dead. And Stuart ran the Las Vegas MBA. And the theory was that if you could go to Vegas and win and take money off the casinos, that making money in business would be a piece of cake. So I didn't have anything better to do. I went to Vegas for a month to learn how to play blackjack and roulette and craps. Craps, my favorite game. Now, I've never gambled, and I come from a Scottish Presbyterian family where gambling was looked upon as the work of the devil. And by the way, they're largely correct in that, I think. But I had a friend of mine who was a psychologist, not a trading psychologist, and he said that I would actually benefit from learning how to gamble to become more aggressive in my trading. Okay, so I thought it was a good idea. So I went off with Stuart to learn how to play roulette mostly. And we sat there for the first day, and let's assume that you're just playing red and black. And you're playing a $10 bet on red or black. And you bet $10 and you make $10, and you've got 7 winning trades in a row, you make a miserable $70, right? Da, 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 da. Now, one of the methodologies that's proposed by the casinos and the casino books is that what's called the martingale betting system. And this was a system that my grandfather on my mother's side used for the horses. He would go to the track and he would bet a $5 on the second favorite. In the very likely event of the second favorite not winning, he would bet a $10 on the second favorite on the second race. In the very likely event of the second favorite not winning, he would bet 20 quid on the second favorite on the third race. So he would average down his trades. And frequently he came ahead, did well at that, and he had a bit of fun. And believe it or not, the bookies have in fact stopped that second favorite bet, because it is a good bet. So, unfortunately, with the martingale system, if it goes against you, you double up, and by the time you get a winner, you've got to bet $1,280 to get your $10 back. Not good. So here's what Stuart Wilde proposed, and this is when I first was alerted to the power of adding to winning trades. This is where it all came from. He proposed in our course, which lasted nearly a month, an anti-martingale system, which I still use on the roulette wheels to this day, where if we have a winning trade, wrong way, David. So, did I get this right now? There is we lose and we just keep betting. So with a reverse martingale, if we have 7 losers in a row and then we get 1 win, we lose a miserable $60. But if we add when we've got a winner, we in fact make $1,270, and when we lose, we go back to the basic bet again. So this still works. So if you go to the casino some night and you play red and black, okay, there's a little white ball, which is the spread, same thing. You'll get a wheel that is not trending, where you get a red, a black, a red, a black, a red, a black. And if you get a wheel like that, well, you don't lose much money. If you get 3 or 4 in a row, you lose 3 times, 4 times your bet. But the trick is that when you get a red and you win, you double up. And you'll find that the wheel trends just like a market. Now, there's a little scoreboard. The next time you're in a casino, go down to the end of the table and have a look at the scoreboard. The electronic scoreboard. And you'll see long runs of red, long runs of black. So when I see a red, I double up. And I probably double up for the 3rd time. Da, da, da. Make good money. And then as soon as you get black, you lose 1, you go back to the basic bet again. Da, 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 da. That works. Exactly the same way as a market. So from that, from that month in Vegas, I first decided, way back in 1992, that the way to really accelerate profits was to add to winners. Tom, I have a guy in South Africa who's tried this, and he actually plays it the same way as you would play roulette. In other words, if he takes a trade, he scalps it. He gets in, he makes 10 points. That's a win. He takes the money, and then the next time he gets in again, he goes in at double the size, takes the money quick, gets in again, treble the size. So he doesn't let the position run and add to it. He takes his money along the way for what it's worth. And many people would say there's extra costs in that, and there certainly is. So that's where this whole concept of adding to winners came from. It was that month in Vegas many, many years ago. And that system still works to this day. And I've gone through this very quickly, but I'm going to give these notes to Tom, and Tom will send them all out to you. You can actually work through that on your own. And he'll also send you out the roulette course. And Larry, I've decided to go up £1,000 more than you. It's $36,000 for my roulette course, okay?
36,000?
Yeah, you want $35,000 for your course, so I'll put another $1,000 on mine for the roulette course, okay? So Tom will send the stuff out on Monday, okay? It's great fun, and when you go to that roulette table and you win and you double up, everybody at the table will be looking at you as if you've got two heads. Okay, who's this friggin' idiot? And then you double again, and then everybody will be just freaking out because you're not supposed to do that. You're supposed to go the other way, double down. Great fun indeed. And I've been chucked out of a casino on the Edgware Road for taking too much money off them. Chucked out. There is one wheel in the casino on Edgware Road that trends a lot. So if you go to Vegas, just wander around, look at the scoreboard and see which wheels are trending, because they get worn a little bit, and some of them trend. And what I mean by trend, I mean a long row of reds, a long row of blacks in a row. That's the one to go for. You can't lose money when you're wrong. So that's 2 gambling tips. I told the people who came on Friday that my son plays poker at 6 o'clock on a Sunday morning. That's midnight, 1 o'clock in the US, and he takes money off drunk Americans. He says it's incredibly easy, okay? A piece of cake. They can go through that in a great deal of detail. And that's where this all came from. So, I've answered this question, folks. Can discipline be built, or has one person got it and another person hasn't got it? And I believe it can be built, and can be built relatively easily. Now, I build discipline very easily indeed. And many of you will think that that's a good thing, but it's just as easy to build a bad habit as it is to build a good habit. Yeah, very easy if you let yourself slip. So I never have the chips with the meal. Not because I don't like chips, and because chips once in a while won't do me any harm, but I'm scared because I know myself well that if I have chips once or twice in a row, I could build a habit to have them every day, and I don't need that. So I'm very, very careful, and it's that little V thing that Steve talked about yesterday. What little thing can you do today so that you can move towards the person that you want to be? So you really have to be very careful about those small things. My humble opinion. I'm no psychologist. I frequently have to refer to the world's greatest trading psychologist. And Steve, if you're here, unfortunately, it's not you. It's a little doctor who practices out of Tennessee, Dr. Jack Daniels. Okay. Has anybody consulted with, in fact, do you remember the Al Pacino and The Scent of a Woman? He says, I know him so well, I call him John. Oh, that's such a good line, that, yeah. We have a Vectorvest customer up in Arbroath, north of Scotland, north of Edinburgh, a cold place. She says that there's a great trading psychologist, Andrew, up in Edinburgh, up in Glasgow, Dr. Johnny Walker. Okay, works wonders, she tells me. So I'm no trading psychologist, but the paradox is that when you've got discipline, you don't need it. And I assure you that I don't need any discipline to go to the gym. None whatsoever. In fact, I need to exercise a great deal of discipline not to go. And Tom will tell you, every morning in the Which Way Today room, about 10:30, I would get twitchy because it's time to go to the gym. Simple as that. Larry, I did early on one of Van Thorpe's courses a lifetime ago, and I got to know him quite well. And we had to fill in this, just at the early days of the internet, we had to fill in why we got in, the normal trade log and whatever, and he gave me a bollocking online. It was a Skype meeting when Skype, remember when Skype was new? You could chat on Skype, it was such a novelty. And he gave me a bollocking in front of everybody. He said, David, getting out of a position because you want to go to the gym is not a valid reason, okay? So he passed away the other day, old Van Thorpe. When you got discipline, you don't need it. And you'll find, and where's Belinda? Belinda, you'll find that if you go through that exercise that I'm going to talk about, and I've cribbed it from Mark Douglas, I don't care where it comes from as long as it works. You'll find that you'll build that discipline, okay, to get over any hurdle. And we've all got the same hurdles to go over, and it is a rite of passage. So out of all of this, folks, all of this, and my word, you've got a bit of work to do because there's been an awful lot of stuff presented here, and first-class stuff, not, as they would say in Afrikaans, not by groot bullshitters, but by people who have traded an awful lot. Stuff that works. That guy on the internet that sits in front of that car and he's skiing and he's playing polo with Harry and Willie, that guy, that's my fastest move of the day. When I see him coming up on YouTube, I sprint across the floor to try and switch it off YouTube, you know. So the industry's populated, unfortunately, with scoundrels. So I think I put that in twice. So I used to do this as a business, believe it or not. And there was a brokerage, a big brokerage. It used to say, David, we got this chap from Saudi, and he spends, he gives us $200,000 a month commission, and he's losing money hand over fist. We can't afford to lose a comb. Can you go and sort him out? So I would sit there for 2 or 3 days going through the trading discipline exercise. I don't do it anymore. I just couldn't be bothered, to tell you the truth. And I had a fight with the last one that I did it with. But it was a very profitable time. It taught me an awful lot. So here's what Mark suggested. You need to decide on a system out of all of this that suits you. And my challenge to you folks is to resolve to follow that system for a batch of trades without changing the rules. Who's been through that exercise already? Okay, well, that's wonderful. Tom has, I know, many times. Hania has. Quite a few of us have. Well, the rest of us, and ladies and gentlemen, that is a rite of passage. Otherwise, you're going to be coming on courses for the rest of your days. You're going to be buying books for the rest of your days. You're going to be having a double Johnny Walker at night, and you're going to see some bloke who sells you the long-lost secrets of W.D. Gann. There's a guy in Australia who charges $25,000. I can't remember whether it's American dollars or Australian dollars for the long-lost secrets of W.D. Gann. Okay? And it's so easy to fall for that stuff after you've had a cluster of bad trades, especially if you've got a little bit of lubrication at work. Easy. So you've got a bit of work to do, folks. It's an exercise that I do myself at least 2 or 3 times a year, because the discipline slips. Will you humor me and do that? Okay? Don't make it complicated. The last time I was here, I put on a very simple mechanical system that's trivial, and I'm sure Tom will send you that. If you need something that's mechanical, it's just couldn't be simpler. It's called a tipping point, and it's just a few lines of code that you can write. But I'm going to suggest something later on in the afternoon that you can do. And you know, building discipline, it's, you know, the old personal trainer. Has anybody got a personal trainer here? I had for a long time, and I did again after the pandemic. Personal trainers would like to think themselves that they're in the exercise business, but they're not. They're not bright enough to work it out. That they're in the discipline building business. Because invariably, unless you're playing for Manchester United, you hire a personal trainer because you make a commitment. That makes a commitment to get there because you're paying her $100 or £100 an hour. So you want to be there. She'll tell you that she's got a set of exercises that are ideal for your body type, but you can see them writing the exercises out in the car park, you know. So they're making them up as they go along, and it doesn't matter. Okay? They're in the discipline building business, as the same as I was when I was trying to get people back on the straight and narrow. So, if you want to do this, folks, quite honestly, you can start to do it in a demo account if you want, or start to do it with a real account, but just trade very low in size. Trade it at £1 a point until you get the hang of it. And just write it off as a training exercise. Now, something very special happens when you do this. Somewhere between 10 and 15 trades, all the internal resistance goes away. I've seen this so many times with myself and with dozens of people that I've done this with. You're going to find that you have resistance and then it just goes away. And I don't understand why. There's this whole concept of neuroplasticity that everybody can talk about, but nobody really understands. Electrons firing together in your head, neurons buzzing and making connections. So you're going to find that somewhere between 10 and 15 trades, the resistance goes away. As I say, I build discipline very easily. So I found myself that after 8 to 13 trades, all the resistance went away. So that's your task out of this. Quite honestly, all of the technical analysis is largely irrelevant compared to this. Okay. And the more you resist that, the more difficult you're going to find this business is going to be for you.
Can I have a question?
Of course.
The purpose of this is that you make 10 to 15 trades.
30 trades.
13 trades.
30, 30.
30. And then what's supposed to happen? Like,
you're going to find your resistance to following a simple set of rules melts away. Just melts away. Now, maybe you haven't got resistance to following a simple set of rules. That would make you very special. That would make you very special indeed. Most people have.
Especially in the different ways. I am. I'm especially in the different ways. It's not this.
Okay. You pick whatever methodology you want. Makes no difference to the exercise. Anyway, it's worked for everybody that I've put them through it, that have been honest enough to do it, it's worked for them. Now let's tackle fear, folks. The condition of fear, the first trading fear, is divorced from any true and immediate danger. Would you agree? And it is my opinion that you can always cope with the present moment, but it's very difficult to cope with the future. Now, I was taught this in the Corps, in the Royal Marines, that when some other sword's firing at you, or you're going into a conflict situation, that the key to managing that is to keep your mind incredibly present, not focused on the past, not focused on the future, but totally focused on what you're doing now. And I assure you that when some other sword is shooting at you, that you get there quite quickly. As that thing wings over your head, Sorry, guys, you're making a noise there. Okay. And it is my humble opinion that it's impossible to feel fear in the present moment. And that's why on Friday I asked you to complete that exercise at dinner, where you do your best to go through dinner focused on what was happening then. Did anybody try that?
GC swing level alert. GC swing level alert.
Pardon, sir? It didn't work. It's difficult. Yeah, it's difficult.
I was fine. She wasn't.
Okay.
She wanted to know everything.
All right. Well, I think that if she directed the conversation that way and you addressed that, then you were present. Okay, you were okay. I think one of the challenges that I think about myself a lot, and I'm lucky enough to live in a lovely part of London. It's a picture-perfect square called Pembridge Square, and Kensington Gardens is just on my doorstep. And I do my best to try and walk in Kensington Gardens and to be totally there. And you'll find that your mind comes to distractions very frequently indeed. It takes quite a bit of practice to stay in the moment, to be totally there. You can get better at it. I'm going to suggest 3 ways that you can get better at it. And I know you all want to get into charts and whatever, but I think you've had a lot of charts by now. I'm going to go into charts in a moment to keep you happy. It is my opinion and observation over many years that all winning traders are very present people. They're focused on what's happening now in relation to their trading rules. And I've found that building presence into your trading is essential to get that 30 trade exercise sorted out. And Tom talked about this on Friday, I think, where he made you work through the exercise of being on a motorbike and turning the throttle. At 50 miles an hour, you're watching everything that's going on. At 70 miles an hour, well, you're reasonably focused. And when the little pointer, or whatever they have these days, goes up through 100 miles an hour, you're not thinking about what you're going to have for dinner. You're totally and utterly there. 100.
It's not so much.
No, well, take it to 150 then. Okay. They're all different. Okay. But there is some point where you'll be focused totally there. Okay. And that's where you want to do your trading. Have you all been to that point? Have you all turned the throttle?
Yes, yes.
And that's where you want to be. And when you're there, time doesn't exist. So if you're at your desk trading, and you're trading on the time frame that Dr. Brooks spoke about, and you're watching the clock at the same time while you're not present, and you're going to find it in your best trading sessions, from the open right through, opens 2:30, right through to 4 o'clock, 4:15, time just disappears. Does that happen to anybody? Or time just completely disappears? That's a really good sign that you're there. Time does not exist in the present moment. Just flashes past. I remember once upon a time, I flew from Heathrow to New York City, and beside me was the fashion editor of Vogue magazine. She was lovely. It was my shortest ever trip to New York. I think, in hindsight, it was probably her longest. So, time just sort of contract. I was totally and utterly there. My word. She in the trading rooms in the city. Who trades in the city here? If you trade in the city, a young lady is known, excuse this chauvinistic moment, ladies, as a belter. Okay, she was a belter of note. There are degrees of belters. A bit of a belter is even more of a belter than a belter. Okay, a bit of a belter, okay. Chauvin, please excuse me that one. Similarly, I asked some bloke at the gym I go to ages ago. He's just come back from a trip to the hard bit of Everest. And I said to him, why do you climb mountains? And he gave me the old stick just because it's there. But I assure you that the reason that people really climb mountains is that when they're up there on the side of that darn mountain, they're not thinking about whether they're going to have the chicken or fish that night. They're totally and utterly there. Special force soldiers that have seen battle very rarely settle in, because in the heat of the battle, they can be in the present moment for many hours and days at a time, and they struggle to go back to normal, and they become quite difficult to manage and normally end up blowing their brains out. So, intense presence is required when a certain situation triggers a reaction with a strong emotional charge. And we've all got people, I think you would agree, that cause you to get really upset. And believe it or not, those political, mean-minded SOBs are doing you a favor. Now, the first method of building presence, and you can get really good at this, is by becoming totally present when your self-esteem is not being threatened. And I assure you that little bar bouncing up and down can threaten your self-esteem or going against you. So when you're walking in the park, when you're at dinner, do your best to be completely there. And very quickly, your threshold of presence will grow. Nature's good. Holidays are good. When you've got that, and you're watching Niagara Falls, you're watching Victoria Falls, you're watching a polar bear, Steve's polar bear, meander around somewhere or other in the Antarctic. That can keep you totally grounded in the moment. You can go through these at your leisure, folks. Focus on what's happening now and tell me what problems you've got. There's a really good book that I think is worth a read. It's a long read. It's called A Course in Miracles. And in that, it says, I'm only affected by my thoughts. Now, Steve spoke about this on Friday. And this is what the more spiritual people, such as Eckhart Tolle, have been talking for a long time. It's called cultivating the silent watcher, to become a silent watcher of your thoughts. Don't judge those thoughts, and you'll find that the same thoughts, especially trading-related thoughts, will come over and over and over again. So don't judge them, but do your best to laugh at them and dismiss them. So get yourself to a point where you're watching your own thoughts, and you'll find that the thoughts will come and they will act like a room full of naughty children. And the same thoughts rattle on in there for many years. Don't believe everything you think. And the final method of building presence is to try and get the reptile brain and the more conscious brain in sync. And invariably, there's a half a second lapse between the two. And in fact, I was speaking to a young man on Friday who'd just done a course on that from the same chap in Cape Town that I quoted on Friday. Something will happen. For example, on your desk, there's a pen. Have you ever knocked a pen off your desk and you've caught it and you can't believe how quick you are? Has that ever happened to you? Yep. And that's because the reptile brain has reacted to this pen falling half a second before your conscious mind got that thought through to you. That's what's happened. Similarly, when somebody chucks a ball at you fast, you duck, chucks a ball at you slowly, you catch it. Ball coming slowly gives the conscious mind and the reptile mind time to actually work together. So I think your mother always told you that before you're going to hit somebody, take 3 deep breaths. Did your mother tell you that, sir? And just about to deck somebody, take 3 deep breaths. Well, I think that 11 deep breaths is what the old Buddha spoke about, to try and put yourself, and the real reasons to keep the reptile mind and the more conscious minds in sync. There's a half a second lapse between the two in a danger situation. And that half a second is responsible for many of the emotional errors that you make, where you resolve that you're going to let this run, and all of a sudden you take your 2 ticks profit. And then you swear to yourself that you're never going to do that again. And the next day you do the same damn thing over again. That's that half second difference between this fella, whose job is to keep you alive when a tiger is about to nail you, and this one that processes information much more consciously. A big part of emotional overreactions, quick reactions, is caused by that half second. And the more present you are, the easier it's going to become to overcome those actions that occur in a part of your brain that you know bugger all about. That was designed to keep you alive when the old saber-toothed tiger was hunting you down. End of day traders. End of day traders. So if you're sitting at your computer in the evening and you've got some decisions to make, then get yourself into the zone by taking 11 deep breaths. I think of all of the methods of building presence, cultivating the silent watcher is the most important. Now, I quoted a book on Friday. It was called Practicing the Power of Now. Kathy here spent 6 weeks, I believe, studying the book. I did an awful lot of mentoring at institutions, and they used to look at me funny when I actually handed out a copy of Practicing the Power of Now at an institutional trading seminar. And all traders live in the present moment. All big winners live in the present moment. Golfers live in the present. All good golfers live in the present moment. All good tennis players live in the present moment. In fact, there's a book called The Inner Game of Tennis Golf by Tim Galloway? If you Tipex out golf and write in trading, it really works. There is a golf coach. What's the name of the golf coach? He's written a book on peak performance in golf, and he was Tiger's coach. He was Ernie Els's coach. Pardon? No, another, not that guy. Pardon? Can't remember his name. I've got his book sitting in Notting Hill, in fact. If you Tipex out, for those of you that are under 50, Tipex is a little white stuff you put on the paper. If you Tipex out golf and you write in trading, his books are really, really great. Manchester United have got 2 coaches, and one a new age fella and one university-trained chappie, and their job is to keep people in the present moment, especially when they're kicking penalties. You imagine you're taking England against South Africa, and it's injury time, and you're sitting there trying to take a 3-pointer. Presence required to do that. Wayne Rooney said so beautifully, they're never a formality, okay? When, I don't know, who's at the top of the Formula One at the moment? Okay, well, they are all coached to be in the moment when they're in their little red car, or whatever color the car is. To stay there. All winners in every endeavor, folks, live in the moment. Now, I think it was Belinda asked, or somebody asked Tom yesterday what his goals were. I don't know who that was, but it is my view, folks, that we all should have some goals, yeah? And then forget about them. Maybe break them down into steps and to do our best to be fully in the moment and put everything into that one particular step. Review your goals once a week, but if you get to a point where you're continually chasing that goal, you lose this moment. So, by all means, have goals, by all means. And I think we all should have. But don't allow this moment to become a stepping stone to a future moment. So, I don't know what your goals are, but certainly break them down. Stick to have a daily list of what you're going to do. Prioritize that daily list, and then do your best that when you're completing your list, to be completely and utterly there. When you're writing that report, when you're completing this trade. So I'm not knocking goal setting at all, but I'm saying that many people chase goals and they never get there. The reason they never get there is that they're actually always chasing and not putting a great... the only place where there is creativity is in the present moment. So don't allow this moment to become a stepping stone to a future moment. But I'll leave that with you. And let Eckhart Tolle talk you through all of that. In trading as in life, don't be concerned with the fruit of your actions. Give attention to the action itself. The fruit will come of its own accord. And I've got ahead of myself. Don't allow this moment to become a stepping stone to a future moment. And our job is to execute perfect trades over and over and over again. I think I've hammered that to death now. And you can read these bits and pieces for yourself. Surrender to the market itself. To surrender is to accept the present moment without reservation or inner conflict. You see this at airports. British Airways says, flight's delayed for 2 hours. An old fella goes completely mad, you know. It's not going to help. He's going to get a heart attack. British Airways don't care. To be able to surrender to the markets is quite something. Non-surrender hardens the shell of the ego. The market is perceived as threatening. The market is now your enemy, and it's quite common to hear traders swear at the screen. When you have an expectation, I was speaking to Belinda about this earlier, when you start, who's brand new here? Is any people are brand new or consider themselves brand new? A few of us, not many of us, a few of us. Well, you've got a huge advantage, sir, because as you're new, you probably don't know anything. When you don't know anything, you've got no expectation to be able to work out whether the market's going to go up or down. And you'll find that you make a heap of money. 6 months into the journey, you're now a guru. You've been on courses, you've read books, and slowly but surely that expectation comes that you know what's going to happen next. And as soon as you've got an expectation in anything and that expectation doesn't work out, you actually get a dose of pain from the universe. And it sits there like about 3 pints of Guinness at lunchtime. Okay. Causes an awful lot of pain. That pain grows and grows and grows and makes trading quite difficult indeed. So one of the ground rules of this is to try and get yourself to a point where you've got no judgment, no resistance, no negativity. And as Mark Douglas says in his book, get yourself to a point where you have two levels of belief. At the level of one trade, anything can happen. Anything. It only takes one idiot somewhere in the world to totally stuff your position. Remember vividly, Tom and I were trading online a lifetime ago. Again, when Skype was new, and we were talking online, and I went into an oil position, and within a few minutes, well, half an hour, I was up £5,000 in that position. It was good money. This is nearly 20 years ago. I was feeling so flush. I went out to the kitchen and I brewed up a big pot of tea, Earl Grey. And I threw all those Presbyterian principles away. I put in an extra tea bag. All right? I was feeling really flush. I came back. My £5,000 was gone, and my £1,500 stop loss was gone. I hadn't brought the stop loss up. Some idiot had blown up a pipeline in Nigeria. Until you can predict an idiot who's about to blow up a pipeline, you don't know what's going to happen next, folks. You really don't. So to have an expectation that you know what's going to happen next in this environment where the lead is in the sky, as the Dubliners once said in a popular drinking song, is just crazy. Nobody knows what's going to happen next. If you're right 80% of the time, you're wrong 20% of the time. On the next trade, you don't know whether it's one of the 80 or one of the 20. That's the reality of the situation. So if you think you know what's going to happen next and it doesn't happen, the Guinness is on the way. And that pain grows and grows and grows, and it's got some terrible consequences, that pain. So, and this is the one thing that helped my trading when I first read Trading, The Disciplined Trader, was that traders need two levels of belief, folks. At the level of one trade, you have to firmly believe that anything can happen. But at the level of 30 trades, you have to firmly believe with every core of your being that your edge will work out. And that's difficult. All of us understand thinking and probabilities at an intellectual level. We were all taught stats at school. But to understand probabilities at a stomach level is quite something. And certainly that month gambling in Vegas helped me immensely at that. And I suggest, and I used to do with all my coaching clients, that we learn how to play backgammon. Because if you learn to play backgammon with the dice, okay, you learn to think in probabilities very quickly. I know we've got one backgammon player here. Yep, there he is. Maybe we've got two. So one of the things that I could recommend heartily to get yourself to a point where you can think in probabilities is go to your local store or buy it online, a simple, cheap backgammon set. Learn how to play backgammon. Do not get tuition from a Greek fella, because he will rob you blind. Those Greeks are taught how to play backgammon. Any Greek folk here? At their mother's knee. And if he brings out that doubling cube, you run for cover, okay? Because that's how the bet rises geometrically. So, but learning how to play backgammon is a very simple way to get your mind into thinking in probabilities, thinking in a batch of trades as opposed to one trade. And backgammon, no, backgammon's good. If you ever get a casino that plays craps, craps is a great game as well to get you to a point where you can think in probabilities. And I love the craps game. It's my favorite game at the casinos. There's only a few tables in London. Again, the table trends, and if you bet that it's going to keep going, you can take money off the table. You've got to be bigger when you're right than you are when you're wrong. And I don't think it's possible to beat markets without doing that. I'm going to talk about that in a second. So, and here's my metaphor for this, folks. And this is something I would like you to think about. I think that in trading, we're walking along in a dark night, surrounded by a thick fog. We have no idea what's going to happen next. None. Not in this environment. Not in any environment. You've got a torch. And that torch illuminates a narrow path in front of you. The fog is your life and the ups and downs of the market. The torch beam is your conscious presence. And the focused, clear place ahead is the present moment. That's my metaphor for what I've just been talking about. And if you find your trading unsatisfactory, it's only by surrender where you can take positive action to change. And you certainly won't work out what's going to happen next. Let's go back to the Guinness. Let's say that you have an expectation that this trade's going to work out, and it doesn't work out. The Guinness arrives. It sits on your stomach here. Creates a great deal of pain. That happens again. More pain arrives. You've now got your setup comes again, and your job is to execute that setup without fear or hesitation. But our minds have got two characteristics. They associate one moment with a previous moment, and they want to avoid pain. The setup comes again, sir. And at a level that you know nothing about, your mind sees the last two, and it says, this caused me pain. And at a level you know nothing about, you'll subtly hesitate. Has anybody ever hesitated to take a trade here? That's the reason why. And the way to get over that is to stop the pain. And the only way to stop the pain is to believe with every fiber of your body that at the level of one trade, anything can happen. So if you have pain, it's because you haven't fully accepted that fact. And Mark Douglas's exercise of 30 trades will do its best to get rid of that pain for you. So that's the process that I think you should work through. Nobody does it. I do courses for VectorVest. There's 100 people in the course. I say to them all, every last one of them, I want you now, first of all, to write out a trading plan for me and send it to me, and I'll critique it for you. Out of the 100, you get 5 people who send it back. And out of the 5, you get 3 people that do the 30 trades. It's difficult, and I can see in your faces that these clusters that old fellow's talking about, in fact, don't apply to me. So this is an exercise that has to be done, in my humble opinion. It is a rite of passage. Tom has done it and done it 100 times. Belinda, that's your next step, girl. I'll work with you all the way, okay? More than happy to help. If anything. And old Nassim Taleb, the guy who's written Fooled by Randomness. Nicky Taleb. You met him, Larry? Yeah, he's a nice guy. Nice guy, I know him well. We brought him to Johannesburg, to the TASA, Technical Analysis Society of South Africa, years back. First-class fellow. He says that a Stoic is a Buddhist with attitude. So, and if you like to read like me, there's a book written 2,000 years ago by a Roman emperor, all on Stoicism. Very useful read, Marcus Aurelius. Anybody read it? First class stuff, isn't it? I read too much, probably. So, Tom, do we need to break, or do you want to go right through?
Yeah, I think maybe 10-minute break. Yes.
Yeah, okay. And then I promise you guys, we'll move into charts where you'll all be much happier. All right. You'll all be. Yes, of course you can. What was that question again?
If you are that good, then why are you still standing here?
Okay. I'm just answering the question because everybody's thinking it, you know. He's selling VectorVest, and he does the odd seminar. This is the first seminar I've done since the last seminar that Tom and I did together. I think that the answer to that is that when I'm up speaking, I'm never more present. I'm actually more present when I'm actually speaking to a group of motivated people like yourselves than I am when I'm trading. And the time just flies. Now, those of you that don't think that I could talk for 3 days don't know me that well. Okay, so I can talk about this and time just disappears, and I just fall through that little crack in the floor and time completely disappears. And that's the reason why I still do these. Okay, I never feel more present, more grounded, more there than when I'm talking to an audience of motivated people. That's why I still do them. Otherwise, I wouldn't be bothered.
Great answer.
Okay. So stops, and this is another thing I learned from Larry, is that the best trades occur when the masses have been stopped and trapped. So even if you don't get in at the cusp of the turn, as you can see, we broke up on rising volume and we went sideways on falling volume. That's a cert. And then it breaks on high volume. That's just a cert. Now, there's a big trend there. The fundamentals on VectorVest were great. And it's in the throes of a long-term trend.
GC swing level alert. GC swing level alert.
Average for the trend. 21, 55, and 89, although I don't put them on the charts that often because I've been looking at them for so long that I know where they are. But if you need a hand to define the trend, 21, 55, and 89, where they all cross, I call that a bow tie, where they all cross. Okay, now this thing moved up, and this is a bit of a worry here. You see, look at that, huge volume. That's where we were at the moment. Couldn't close at the top. I'll show you the rest of the chart in a second. That
from Hugot, and I come from a very unique vantage point in relation to you. You see, I started working in the city about 20 years ago. And for the first decade of my career, I sat and I watched you trade. I must have watched 100 million trades go over the tape in the 10 years that I sat on a trading floor, whilst I was managing and hedging positions, depending on which direction you saw the market go up or down. And it does provide you with a rather unique insight to watch 50,000 people trade over a decade. You get a feel for how it is people are thinking when they're sat in front of their monitors at home or wherever they are in the world. And you notice that people tend to make the same mistakes over and over and over. And actually, very few people are capable of making money consistently. So as I left in February 2009 in the throes of the bear market, I realized that actually trading had absolutely nothing to do with technical analysis, fundamental analysis. And it was difficult to begin with, because no longer did you have a security blanket in the form of a monthly paycheck. Instead, you were there, mano mano, in front of the screen. The market was your best friend or your worst enemy, depending on the day. And here I am, some 10 years later. This year has been a good year. I made more than £1 million this year. Last year, I managed to lose nearly 90,000 on Christmas Day. Would you believe that? It's one of the reasons why I am so grateful that CMC market is stopping me from trading on a thin trading day. And it's a bit of a challenge, would you believe it, to be at a Christmas lunch and dinner. This is, I think you call this Boxing Day. Yes, you see, we Europeans, we heathens, we celebrate Christmas on the 24th while you wait a day or so. And then you have your Boxing Day, and there I was on Boxing Day in a celebratory moment, whilst at the meantime I don't know if you recall what Dow Jones did on the Boxing Day last year. It had its single biggest gain ever. It had fallen 500 points on Christmas Eve, the move that I had captured absolutely every single tick off. And on Boxing Day, I had been long. But as the Dow had risen 500-600 points, I thought, it's probably about time to begin to short this. I took my profit and I reverted short. And the Dow rallied another 600 points to make it an 1,100-point move day. And me walking out of there going, that was an expensive Christmas dinner. Fear is what's stopping people from making money in the markets. Sure, people are good at making money at times, but the tendency is to make it, lose it. Make it, lose it. I believe that the only reason why I am good at what I do is because of my relationship with fear. I am what's called a high-stake trader. Some would call it an extremely high-stake trader at institutional size. The average bet amongst CFD traders here in the United Kingdom is £7 a point. My position here equates to £750 a point in the DAX. It means that if DAX goes 20, 30 points against me, I am faced with a loss which would equate to the average annual salary of a worker here in the UK. Thus, you need to have a rather special relationship with losing, and you need to have a rather special relationship with winning as well. And what I hope to do over the next 2 hours is to change the way that you look at trading. Now, I could have come in here and I could have thrown all sorts of techniques at you. Bollinger Bands, Keltner channels, moving averages, crossovers, stochastics, MACD, RSI. Oh God, I've spent countless hours studying it, as I'm sure you have as well. But I am sure that you also realize that actually, no matter how good a grasp you get on technical analysis, there are still those days where you simply refuse to take your loss, where despite your best intentions, you simply cannot get yourself to do the right thing. So, you may quite rightly ask, do I get scared when I trade and I trade the size that I do? Of course I get scared, but the narrative here is not that I am a fearless trader. I'm not even a fearless person. I'm scared of losing loved ones. I'm scared of sending my children out in the traffic. I am in no shape or form any different than any other caring parent is. If you put me out of the balcony over here and I stare over into the ground, do I get a flutter of nerves? Sure. But with practice comes experience. Now, I'm actually a firm believer that practice does not make perfect. And I would like to elaborate on that point a little bit later on in the presentation. I'm also scared of making a complete twit of myself today. I'm scared that you don't get the message. I'm scared
GC swing level alert. GC swing level alert.
He navigates the stock indices, and I promise you, I'll give you my rather unique insight into how I trade stock indices. So if you are that way inclined where you prefer to just stick to the technical analysis, I assure you, you're not going to walk out of here empty-handed either. But the truth is that my relationship with fear has come to the point where I have desensitized, no, that's not right, I tried so hard. Sometimes foreigners can struggle a little with these words. I have desensitized myself to certain levels of stimulus that you face when, for example, a car comes at you full speed. I'm sure that if it was somehow possible to produce a brain scan while I was trading during particularly stressful situations, such as Boxing Day last year, you will find that my amygdala doesn't light up like a Christmas tree. You will probably not even be able to discern that I'm losing 90,000 pounds because I have blocked it out. I can't block out fear in many other aspects of my life. If you put me in front of the television screen, I watch Friday the 13th, or I don't really watch much TV, so I don't know what's scary these days, but you know, Freddy Krueger kind of style. I'm sure I'm going to sit with a pillow like everyone else does. Well, probably you won't sit with a pillow, but I will, because I don't take the horror movies very well. But when I'm faced with horror situations while I'm trading, I seem to have developed an immunity to fear, which enables me to make the right decisions when they need to be made. Whether that's because I've trained or whether I was born with it, I don't know. But the fact of the matter is that my father was a vacuum cleaner repairman and mother was a nurse. So I don't think that I'm come from a heritage of risk takers. So my argument is that if I can do this with a rather unique way of doing it, then I believe you can as well. But it boils down to that practice does not make perfect. Practice makes permanent. And if you carry on practicing the wrong way, you will merely establish a behavior pattern that doesn't serve you. So, what can I accomplish in 2 hours? Well, look, not that I in any shape or form will put myself in the league of these four gentlemen, but it only took Steve Jobs 15 minutes to galvanize a departing class from Stanford University in 2015 to go out and connect the dots and not so much work from the point of view of the head, but work with the heart. And Martin Luther King, it took him 17 minutes to create the fortitude for a generation and a segment of the American public that was suppressed. He won it paved the way for him winning the Nobel Prize. And I don't think I need to introduce neither JFK nor Winston Churchill, at least not when I'm in the United Kingdom. Since the establishment of the rules by ESMA last year, or was it the year? No, it was last year, in August, September time last year, where all European Union brokers now had to curtail the amount of leverage that they gave to their clients. We used to enjoy 200 to 1, now we only have 20 to 1. And another thing that then established was that every single broker had to put up on their website how many of their clients were losing clients. That was a little bit like the cigarette companies being forced to put warnings on their cigarette packages and show draconian photographs of people in hospital beds with emphysema and lung cancer and anything in between. Yet it didn't stop people from smoking, and it certainly hasn't stopped the interest for trading either. But the fact of the matter is that ESMA has done us a favor, may not have done us a favor about margin, although there's many ways that we can get around that. If we really want margin, you just think offshore and you'll get your 200 to 1 if you want it. No, they've done us a favor because they've actually highlighted the true nature of trading. You see, if there's 100 people in here and 75 of them are losing, as it shows here on the CMC Market website, well, this is no longer a technical analysis issue. You're not a losing trader because you are deficient in MACD. And you're not running your losing positions because you don't understand stochastics or moving averages. This is not a technical analysis problem. This is a human problem. And the sooner that you accept that this is a human problem, the sooner you can actually do something about it. I thought that it would be the end of the CFD industry when all the brokers had to put the winning stats and the losing stat up on the website. But it hasn't, because people know it, people are aware of it. But people think, well, this stat doesn't apply to me any more than the warnings on the cigarette packages apply to me. So, when we're confronted with charts, be it something, the point here where I write here, at that point you can buy the market. So to say I buy the market here, well, I'm buying it because we have a gap up and now we've traded sideways in what I consider to be an ABCD correction. Yeah, I know my technical analysis. The flip side is I could also say, no, actually I'm going to sell because if this was such a strong market, it wouldn't have taken the buyers an hour. And we also know that 48% of all gaps gets filled within the first 3 hours of trading, and 78.6% of all gaps in the Dow Jones Index gets filled within 72 hours or 3 trading days. But it's really not so interesting to know whether this is a winning trade or a losing trade. Maybe I'm right. Maybe I am wrong. It really does depend on how many traders out there agrees with me and they back up my trade as well by being a buyers when I'm buying or being sellers as I am selling. So since I have no knowledge of the future, whenever people ask me, where do you think gold is going? Where do you think so-and-so is going? I say, do you know what? Come back to me next week. My crystal ball is out for repair. It's a facetious way of telling people to stop bugging me about where I think the market is going, because I am not Nostradamus. I have absolutely no idea. And anyone who says they think that the market is going this way or that way is because they have a vested interest or a bias towards a direction or another. And that's quite fair. If you're long Bitcoin, of course you're going to say that the Bitcoin is going to go up and you think it's going to go up. You wouldn't say, I think Bitcoin's going down, and then you're long Bitcoin. So it's not that I am not forgiving towards people when they state that they think the market is going up or down, or Tesla is headed this way or that way. It's just that the opinion is biased from their own position. So if my entries are purely random, and I'm a professional trader, and you may think, oh, as a professional trader, you may have a hit rate around the 80%, the 90%. Oh no, I most certainly do not have a hit rate in the 80s or in the 90s. In fact, you could even argue that I would have a better hit rate if I simply flipped a coin and then I applied money management. So either way, the sooner I accept that the nature of what I am doing is basically random, the sooner I can begin to trade as trading should be done. I hadn't seen that one coming, and I certainly hadn't seen that one coming either. But that's the nature of the game that we're playing. Now, do I think that charts is the holy grail? No, I like charts. I could devour 10, 12 hours every single day, a bit more in the weekend if you allow me to. You know, if there's no lawn to be mown or windows to be polished, you know, I am quite happy to sitting devouring endless reams of stock charts that I analyze purely to train my mind. But I'm also fully aware of the way my mind works. And my mind is not my best friend when it comes to highly profitable trading. So I don't believe for 1 second that charts is a holy grail, any more than I think fundamental analysis is the holy grail. See, the problem here is, ladies and gentlemen, that we have a brain which is at best chaotic and at worst just our worst enemy. And one of the little intricacies of our brains is that it has a tendency to see things that aren't there. This is a phenomenon that in Latin is called apophenia. Now, if I was going to translate apophenia into a common language, it would be something along the lines of patternicity. So when you think about the nature, for example, of indicators, take some common known indicators like Fibonacci. Let's say that we look at some of the ratios of Fibonacci. I'm going a little bit off track here, a little bit without any notes. Not that I really stick to the notes anyway. When a market makes a 61% retracement, some would argue that this is the ideal time to either buy or sell short, depending on the direction. And if that fails, then there's also the 78.6% retracement. And hell, why not throw the 88.6 and the 94.5% ratio? So there's always a ratio for the particular season. However, my argument is that if the market has already traded up to a 78% retracement, surely if you sell short at 78.6, you're actually betting against the prevailing trend. Some would argue against me. I'm not really so interested in what other people are thinking. I am more interested in trying to explain to you that the majority of indicators are available to the majority of people. Yet, considering that 75 to 80%, maybe 90% of all people engaged in trading are losing, maybe it's a time we have a real long, hard look at what it is that we're actually doing when we're trading. See, the purpose of trading is for us to make money. Purpose is not to be right. It's not to derive glorification through our efforts. There is one single raw purpose to trading, and it is to make as much money as possible. And the way you do that is simply to begin to think differently. And I stated earlier that if 75, 80, 90% of all people are losing traders, we also have to assume that those 70, 80, 90% are normal, perfectly well-functioning people within society who hold down jobs as well as everyone else does, are intelligent, well-spoken, pay their taxes, look after their children, etc., but they can't trade for shoot because they simply think like everyone else does. Ability to see things can be a thing of beauty, but it can also be a curse. And whilst it looks like a skeleton, it is just a flower, and it is just a fossil. So there are those people who argue, like Annie Nin, that we don't really see things as they are. We see things as we are. What I call the deception chart is that our eyes will seek out that which confirms the facts that we are seeking to establish or to prove. It gives us a bias of looking for things that we want to achieve, rather than looking at things objectively. Now, I don't know what children's games are here in the UK, but in in Denmark, where I grew up, as a child, we would sometimes be given one of these drawing books that had numbers and then just a blank page. And our job was to connect the 1 with the 2 and the 2 with the 3 and so forth until a beautiful picture emerged of a tractor and a house and a fairy Christmas, etc., etc. So it's not such a long stretch for us when we get engaged with technical analysis that we begin to connect one high with a secondary high and a third high, and we extrapolate a line out in the future, and we call that a trend line. And when a trend line has been broken, we get a signal. It's called a trend line break. And it's a thing of beauty because, hey, it looks so easy when we are sitting doing our research, and how many of us have not created fortunes on paper by drawing the right kind of lines? But, as I said, the deception of charts, what we call apophenia, is playing a trick with us, meaning that we will gladly omit this trend line break. Yet when we are trading it in real time, all of a sudden we are seeing this trend line break. And so we are surprised when this happens, because during our research, it looked like this. There was a trend line break and the market stormed higher and we were on board, and now I'm trading it and it's not storming higher. In fact, it's trading lower and lower. In this case, you actually do get saved by the bell, unless your stop loss was too tight. But many good strategies has been created on paper that are completely impossible to implement in real time. Mostly because if you're looking at the Dow Jones index from 2:30 in the afternoon till 9 o'clock at night, there are 78 5-minute bars, and you need to be present for every single one of them, or you might just miss that perfect trend line break that enabled you to ride the market up or down. So many things I believe of charts, but many things I don't believe. And I call this ignorance. Now, intelligent people can be ignorant until they have been informed otherwise. So there are things that I don't believe in. I don't believe in soulmates. I don't believe in horoscopes. I certainly don't believe that the earth is flat. And I most certainly, categorically, do not believe there is such a thing as the perfect system, the perfect indicator, the perfect chart pattern. It simply does not exist. So I think it's time that we embrace trading for what it really is. Trading for me is just a series of opportunities where I don't expect much, but I know that I will place a stop loss, which is in relation to how much I want to risk. But the whole concept of risk versus reward is another thing that I would love to take a shotgun at and put it to death. Because when we talk about risk versus rewards, how do you know what your reward is going to be? Well, you have a crystal ball. Let me give you
GC swing level alert. GC swing level alert.
And I decide that I want to risk 20 points. Being the studious trader that I am, I'm arguing, you know what, I'm going to risk 20 points, and I'm hoping to make 40 points. And in this event, I'm actually right. Let's say I bought the DAX at 20, and it begins to rally 40, 60, and it comes to 60, and I have now on paper made twice as much as I had risked. What do you think happens when we get to 60? You think I'm just going to say, that's it, I'm going to take my profit? Hell no, not the way I work. And my mind is going to go, well, maybe you should just hold on a little bit longer. Maybe it's going to go your way. So the whole idea of presenting a reward target completely negates the idea of how profitable traders truly trade. They don't set profit targets. So my trading boils down to a very, very simple philosophy. And I believe that good traders, truly profitable traders, they have a philosophy that is very different to the 70, 80, 90% of traders. And that's what I want to spend some time on. But I know, here I have an open position from my trading platform, and I'm about £70,000 in profit. If we remove a couple of noughts from that, and I would be £700 in profit. I absolutely, categorically know that if I can do this, you can do this. And I didn't start trading this size. I didn't arrive at the trading game with a silver spoon in my mouth and a massive inheritance. There isn't that much money in nursing and in vacuum cleaning repair. I had to fight my own way, but through a very, very focused and dedicated approach to trading, I managed to build up to trading this trading size. When I started trading, I've had an account with CMC Markets. My stake size was £2 a point, then £3 a point, then £5 a point. And every single time that I grew my trading size, I felt that little flutter of nerves. What I would like to help you answer today is, what is your trading philosophy? And is that trading philosophy actually aligned with your own best interest? See, and let me help you try and answer this question. Maybe just something for you to think about, maybe not right now, but if you want to make a lot of points in the market, you can have two approaches. You can risk a lot of points to make a lot of points, or you can risk very little, but then you need to be prepared for the possibility that you will be repeatedly wrong. And at this point, I would love to tell you the story about a colleague of mine in the industry, a right old nester that I have a tremendous amount of respect for. He managed a fund trading South African shares on a 1-minute chart. Yes, it I didn't even know that you could run a hedge fund trading on a 1-minute chart in South African shares. But they deployed a strategy invented by Tom DeMark called the Tom DeMark sequential indicator. You may have heard about it. Please don't ask me in-depth questions about it because I am most certainly not an expert. I have a rudimentary idea of what Tom DeMark's sequential indicator is about, but I am not an expert. However, what I found incredibly refreshing, ladies and gentlemen, was that my friend was telling me, you know what? We had a hit rate that was around the 20s. At times when we were on a good run, we would have a hit rate around 30-35%. So for those of you who are not familiar with the percentages I'm talking about, it means that they generally was right 20 times out of 100. How would you feel about trading a system where you are wrong 80 times out of 100? Does that sit easy with you? Aren't you more inclined to believe those glossy adverts whenever you Google something, those adverts that will promise you a 90% hit rate or 100% hit rate, or with this system you'll never lose? Who in their right mind would trade a system that is only right 20% of the time? Yet, my friend did it, and they were wildly successful, to the point where they said, this is it, we are not younglings anymore, we made enough money, let's just take our spoils and bugger off to sunny shores. We've done our job. I asked him, did it bother you? They had a hit rate of 20%. I said, why would it? The way that we traded this was that whenever the market didn't go in our favor immediately, got out. Done. While you're sitting there in your positions day after day, hour after hour, hoping, wishing, praying that the market is going to turn around. Not them. It requires patience. So I could have come here and I could have spent the next 2 hours going over one trading rule after another. But I would like to take some comfort in me doing the right thing by quoting one of the best traders ever, Richard Dennis, a famed commodity trader, who were the founder of the trading group called the Turtle Traders. And he said, and I quote, we could post our trading rules on the front page of the Wall Street Journal, and still people would not be able to make money from them. So the best thing that I could do over the next 2 hours, which is probably no longer 2 hours, but more likely an hour and a half, is to hold a mirror up in front of you. And if you want to fall asleep, by all means fall asleep. It's quite all right. I can live with that. I've had people fall asleep before. No particular person intended for that comment in here. I want to hold up a mirror, ladies and gentlemen. I want to show you who you really are. Not being personal, but based on the experiences of a guy who spent every single day from 7 a.m. until 9 p.m., because I didn't have anything else to do, watching you trade. Maybe not you personally, but you as a whole. 12, 14 hours every single trading day for a decade, watching your mistakes, watching you sitting there, hoping, praying that your position is going to turn around, moving your stop loss further away so you don't get stopped out, cutting your profits so soon because, hey, who can go broke taking a profit? Yeah, you did. You managed to go broke over and over because you're always snapping at the profit because you didn't understand fear. You didn't understand what was going on in your minds. And I'm not belittling you, and now I am not talking down to you. I am genuinely trying to make you see trading from a very different perspective than you perhaps have addressed it from before. It all starts with awareness. Every morning I go on the scale and I notice a trend of I'm getting heavier and heavier. And so I began, I'm sure you people don't have that problem perfect as you are, but we Danes, we like our bacon and whatnot, and I look down on the scale and going, I'm a little heavier than I was last month and the month before. So, I do the typical approach. I try Atkins, I try Fibonacci, I try keto, I try stochastics, I try paleo, I try Bollinger Bands, I try calorie counting, I try a weekend course. Am I getting through to you here? I don't want to lull you asleep either. I love to make it entertaining, but I actually have an important message that true profitable trading starts with an awareness of where you keep going wrong. And so it happened that I signed up to this app. It didn't cost a terrible lot of money, £10 for 4 months. And in there, I log what I eat. And it's quite fun. So it happened last week that I was presented with a steak. Now, I don't eat meat very often. When you hit that age of 50 and beyond, you try to cut down your meat and your dairy because you want to live long and healthy and prosperous life. But there it was, and you can't say no when someone's made it. And with a good steak comes chips. And what comes with chips? Well, mayonnaise, of course. Or for you, ladies and gentlemen, here in the United Kingdom, vinegar. If it was fish and chips and vinegar, till your lips were blue. But we Danes, we like our mayonnaise. And so I took a good old wallop of mayonnaise and dashed it over the chips. But when it came to registration time, what we call the day of reckoning, I added 350 calories for the chips. And then this harmless little looking wallop of mayonnaise, handsomely dashed on top of the chips, was another 300 calories. And I looked at it, and I became aware that that little misstep, if you call it that, had added 750 calories to my daily intake. And considering I'm trying to keep myself to 2,100 calories, I'm thinking, was it really worth it? Was it worth to eat a third of your daily intake on a couple of chips and some mayonnaise? And the answer is no, but it started with an awareness. So the next time I had chips, I said, no mayonnaise for me, thank you very much. I think that's something nicer than mayonnaise. The same goes with trading. So let's take a trip down memory lane about trading. You see, when I started trading, you are enjoying the DAX and the FTSE and currencies at extremely tight spreads. Back then when I traded, do you know what the spread was in the Dow intraday? You can trade the Dow at a 1.5 point spread. Do you know how much I had to pay in spread in 2000, 2001 when we started trading that? Any takers? 8 points. Someone has done their homework. Yes, intraday, you paid an 8-point spread. Can you imagine trying to make a living trading the Dow with an 8-point spread intraday? And if you wanted a quarterly contract, you had to pay a 16-point spread. And euro-dollar, which is today trading, I don't know what CMC's spread is, but it's probably about a 0.5, 0.6 thereabouts. Back then, we paid 3 full points to get into euro-dollar, and dollar-yen was a 5 points. I mean, this was you're thinking, holy smoke, how did you not blow up immediately? We did blow up immediately because we paid all our money away in commission and spread. But not only that, we don't have access to what you have access today. I think his name is Ed, he was talking about that with CMC markets, you have pattern recognition programs, you will have news, you will have level 2 data, you will have extremely tight spreads. We didn't even have any of that. I spoke to an old colleague of mine who I used to work with in City Index, and we discussed, when did City Index actually get their charting package? And we agreed it was probably around 2005 that we actually got a fully working charting package. Yeah, can you imagine trading with a broker today that doesn't have a charting package? No, of course not. Yet, even though that you have far better spreads, you have access to news, you have access to data, you have access to pattern recognition programs that tells you it's a double top, a double bottom, a head and shoulders, and a wedge and a pennant, etc., and a flag, even though that you have access to way more information in any shape or form, can you trade? No. You're losing as disastrously as we did 20 years ago. And so with the greatest of respect to CMC market, but you're not going to become the trader you want just because your relationship manager at CMC markets is a great guy or girl. Nor are you going to become a great trader because the CMC market platform is great and award-winning. I don't care if it's NASA themselves that has designed the trading platform, won't make a blind bit of difference to your long-term results until you learn to think differently. So what's normal behavior when you get into trading? Oh, let's do one of those weekend courses with one of those gurus, you know. Oh, he talks so elegantly and he's really good looking and his smile is from ear to ear. I want a bit of that. Surely he must know. No one can be that good looking and not know what they're talking about. I'm going to learn about candlesticks. I'm going to learn about RSI, MACD, RSI. Ooh, have you heard about that Bollinger Band? It is amazing. What's that Fibonacci thing? A ratio for every season? 38%, 50%, 61%, 78.6%, 88.4%. You ever heard about the secret ratio of 94.6? It's just between you and I and 2,000 pounds of your money. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, it's still not going to make you a penny. Am I annoying you now? Are you bored? Are you thinking, I want technical analysis? I don't want to be told that I am rubbish at this. But you are. Statistically speaking, you are doing what everyone else is doing. And if you continue to do so, you're just going to continue with the inevitable. And I would like to give you an opportunity to get off that path and start thinking differently. See this book here? It's called the Bible of Technical Analysis. Not the King James Bible for Christians, but the Bible for Technical Analysis, written by Edwards and McGee. Were Edwards and McGee traders? Ladies and gentlemen, were Edwards and McGee traders? No, they were not traders. They were journalists. More than 1 million copies of this book has been sold. Normal leads to broke. Following what the brokers are saying, not their advice. And the brokers, they're well-meaning. They want you to do well. Why does a broker want you to do well? Well, hell, the better you do, the more you're going to trade. The more you're going to trade, the more commission you're going to place. It's logic. Of course the brokers want you to do well. CMC included. I'm not knocking CMC. But CMC are not traders. IG is not traders. City Index are not trading. Gain Capital are not traders. They're not the ones where you should be getting your guidance from. Sure, by all means, learn about technical analysis, but technical analysis has never made anyone anything. You're not going to get rich from trading by learning technical analysis. In short, your problem is not that you don't know enough about technical analysis. Will you trust me on this? That you don't need any more technical analysis. You need a serious review of how you think when you're trading. So let's try with that. My argument is that if 80-90% of people are losing when they're trading CFDs, this is not a broker problem. This is a human problem. And particularly, I think I mentioned it before, I believe that those 80-90% are perfectly rational people. Intelligent, good-looking, smiling, good mums, good dads, good students, good everything. They're just rubbish traders because they haven't learned to think properly. They haven't learned to deal with fear. So what I would like to do, what I would like to propose is if everyone's normal, please show me what not normal looks like. Please show me what a 10% trader or a 1% trader looks like. And I suppose that's why I'm invited tonight. So here's a normal person, according to Google. How does a normal person think? Well, if you ask Rodriguez from FXCM, the broker, he did a research on 25,000 of their traders who had executed 43 million trades over a 15-month period. Here's the shocker. Those 43 million trades actually had more winning trades than losing trades. Yeah, the FXCM traders, they were good traders. They had a hit rate of 62%. That's not bad. The problem is that when they won on average 48 points. This is all trading currencies, but when they lost 82 points. You see, if this had been an analysis of my trades or your trades, we could say, well, you probably had a bad week or a bad month. But when you investigate 25,000 people and their behavior, it's no longer
GC swing level alert. GC swing level alert.
That is worthy of an investigation. And if it had been a couple of trades, 10 trades, 100 trades, you can argue, well, it's a small sample space. But 43 million trades, of which the majority of them were executed in euro-dollar, one of the most liquid instruments globally, that's a pattern. I am proud to say that I have written a book that will be published next year. I've received an email back from the publisher to say, it's excellent. So, well, that's good news. Actually, a word of warning to those of you who like to write a book. Writing a book for me was an incredibly cathartic exercise. I had something that was just boiling up inside me like Vesuvio, and it just exploded down on paper, and I just wrote and wrote and wrote for 2 months. And before I knew it, I'd written 60,000 words and 200 pages. But they never tell you, those publishers, that writing a book is actually only half the battle. Then comes the editing it, and then you have to do this and that, and before you know it, you're beginning to regret you ever wrote the damn thing. But the titles in themselves is telling a lot about my mindset. Normal is a loser. Show me pain. Do you have a trading philosophy? Everyone's a chart expert. Everyone knows charts. To be continued in March next year, I've been told. So, on the face of it, I was interviewed by CNN in 2005, and they wanted to know, how do your traders, your clients trade? And I said, well, the problem with, and at that point I'd only worked there 5 years. I have another 5 years of experience since then. God, it's horrible to look at yourself 15 years ago and think, oh, geez, I wish I looked like that. People love to find the low in a bear trend. People love to find the top in a bull trend. There were people, when I walked in here, saying, when do you think the crash is coming? What crash? I don't know if there's a crash coming. What crystal ball is it that you're looking at? Because I just see a market that keeps making all-time highs. Sure, let's talk about a crash if the market's in a downtrend. Let's not talk about a crash when the market is sitting at its all-time high. People think every reaction in a trend is the beginning of a new trend. I would be sitting there night after night watching the market fall or rise, and our client, sure as hell, the moment the market just ticked in the other direction by a little bit, they would pile on as if the trend had now changed. So my argument here is that people are generally fearful when they're hopeful, and they're hopeful when they're fearful, and I will explain that momentarily. Now, what is normal behavior? I am letting my losses run. Why am I doing that? What am I telling myself? Well, I'm telling myself that I hope that this market is going to turn around. But the real reason is I would like to avoid pain. We have a brain which is millions of years old, and it has one primary function, and that is to keep you alive at all costs. And by the way, also love to make sure that you never experience any pain. Some people, in particular psychologists, refer to this as the ego. It wants to make sure that you maintain your ego preservation, your state of mind where everything is rosy and good. So you'll do anything to avoid pain. Not you, but this thing up here. And it doesn't matter what scenario I throw at you. I'm letting my loss run because the indicator says so, or the Fibonacci
GC
says
swing
so,
level
but
alert.
actually,
GC swing level alert.
pain. I'm taking my profits because, hey, you can't go broke from taking a profit. Still, it's still you avoiding pain. Why? Well, because you hate the idea that the market is going to take back some of your profits. In a moment, I'm going to show you one of my charts after the fact. Not with I bought here, I sold here, but how much I made and how much I lost. I am winning, so I'm reducing my stake size. Why would you do that? Well, because I want to take it easy now. Nope, you want to avoid pain. You can't bear the fact that you made £400 for the day, and God forbid that those 400 pounds would disappear. Let me ask you a different question. I'm just going to come out here on the floor for a second because I'm tired of standing there. Imagine that you made 1,000 pounds on the day versus you lost 1,000 pounds on the day. Who is most likely to carry on trading? The person that have made 1,000 pounds or the person that have lost 1,000 pounds? The person who has lost 1,000 pounds is far more likely to carry on trading because God forbid that he carries on that pain into the night and he will do anything to get rid of that pain. But when he's made 1,000 pounds, he'll do anything to protect that because it feels so good to have made 1,000 pounds. So I don't want to jinx it. I could carry on and on and on. I think you should see it for yourself. You're more than welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to have a copy of this presentation. More than welcome. If it can help you, then you can have it. Now, I've been told that I have 5-10 minutes left before you have a well-deserved break and some food. So let's carry on this for the next 10 minutes or so. You'll be happy to know that I'm on slide 48 out of 157. It doesn't bode well for the second half, does it? Did you have plans on going home? Then you may want to call the people at home saying, might be a little late. People are fearful when they're hopeful, and they are hopeful when they should be fearful. What do I mean by that? Imagine you are sat in a position that is making you the aforementioned 1,000 pounds. You're no longer hoping that 1,000 pounds is going to turn into 2,000 pounds or 3,000 pounds. No. You're fearful that 1,000 pounds is going to be taken from you. And if you are losing 1,000 pounds, you're most likely going to sit there and thinking, wouldn't it be great if this position turned around? You're not fearful that that position is going to get even worse. You're hopeful that it's going to turn around. And if you want to have a fighting chance of making the markets your ATM machine, and this is not a sales pitch, it's a bit of a cliche, I admit that, but if you want to have a fighting chance of making the markets the place where you take money out on a fairly regular basis, you need to turn this around. How are you going to turn around? Well, I have my own ideas. So let's take a look at not so normal. Let's take a look at how I operate and people who are what we call the 1%. Rather than talking about me, which is something I'm not that good at doing, I prefer to throw the attention some truly great traders. One in particular is someone who I wish I could have met, but he's no longer with us. His name was Charlie D. An excellent book called Charlie D, The Legendary Bond Trader, is something you can buy through Wiley. Here he says, the time you know you've become a good trader is that day you're able to win by holding on to a winning position, and rather than taking half profits, you're adding to your winning position. Rather than beginning to think, where should I get out? You're beginning to think, how can I get deeper in? How can I commit more? He says, and he is a floor trader at Chicago Board of Trade, he says, there are many people in here, in the pit, that have traded for a long time, who have never added to a winning position. Have any of you ever added to a losing trade? Sure we have. Oh, of course we've added. You know, you bought at 20 and then it goes down to 10. You're thinking, it looked good at 20. It looks even better at 10. But how many of us have bought at 20 and then bought more at 30 and bought more at 40 and bought more at 50? Now the raised hands are becoming few and far between. Sure, there will be people who have done it and good on you. But it's very difficult emotionally to add to a winning trade. It's a lot easier to add to a losing trade because, hey, you feel like you're getting a bargain. You feel like you're buying something which is cheap. And hey, when we started learning about trading, what were we told? We were told, buy low and sell high. Quite possibly the most expensive piece of advice ever dished out in the history of mankind. Because every single time I bought low, it always went lower. And every single time I tried to short high, it always seemed to know that I was in and it would go even higher. No, I prefer to buy high and sell even higher. And I sure do like to sell short low and cover even lower. So Charlie D goes on to say that it's in our human nature to want to cut our winnings. You bought at 6 and you can get out at 7. Get me out! I'll take that profit. That's just human nature. That's who we are. So, he says, if you want to be really good at this, you need to accept that everything you do when you're profitable hurts. It feels uncomfortable. If you're in a position and it doesn't feel uncomfortable, you're probably not betting big enough. I want to repeat that. When you're a good trader, everything you do hurts. And I'm not talking about a smack in the hand kind of hurts or a smack in the bottom kind of hurts. If it doesn't feel uncomfortable, you're probably not pressing the position big enough. Here's a snapshot from an open trade. This is equating to being £100,000 in profit. This is not the result of normal thinking. You see, what I'm doing here is, see if I can navigate this gizmo. I'll just stand over here. My first entry, the market is trading at 135. 25,135, but my first entry was at 25,458. But as the market falls, I keep adding to my winning position. What do most people do when they are in a winning position? Now, I know the answer because I sat and watched this for 10 years. When you're in a winning position, what do? I mean, humor me here. Take half profit, nip a little bit more, move the stop loss down so it is almost meaningless to have a stop loss because you're going to be stopped out by the slightest move in the other direction. People are great at taking half profits. They're just not great at taking half losses. We love to take a bit of a profit home because it feels good. It feels like we're doing the right thing. Why on earth would I risk losing some of my open profits? You can't go broke taking a profit. That's what the books are telling me. Now, the amount of time that I've had 10 or 20,000 pound open profit positions, that will then turn into a zero, a countless. My trading philosophy, ladies and gentlemen, my trading philosophy is that I will never get out at the maximum profit potential, ever. And that is the only reason why I am still running this position. Not, actually that would be disastrous if I was still running it, because that was in 29,000. But in this case, where did I get out? Did I get out at the absolute maximum profit potential? No, I most certainly did not. Now, it's come to the point where I probably need to take a break. So I think I'd like to do that with this slide here. And then we'll carry on after the break. The mental foundation for profitable trading is, are you prepared to do what the 90% are not doing? And of course the answer is, yeah, of course I'm prepared to do that. I'll do anything for profit. But actually you don't really fully understand what is required. It takes a lot of introspection, which I'll cover in the second half. But I am aware of my worst habits. I am aware of my weaknesses. And I have a routine to counteract those. I am constantly pushing myself. You never get to trade 100, 200, 300 pounds a point unless you constantly push the envelope. There are some people in here who are well past 50 years old, including myself. Now, interesting story to set you off for your dinner. I assume most people in here have a driver's license, and I assume that many people in here have driven for many years. And we all consider ourselves good drivers. And I thought I was a good driver. I mean, I've been driving since I was 17, which is a miracle because you're not allowed in Denmark to drive until you're 18. Don't ask me how, but that's the fact. And now I'm 50, and so I've been driving for what? 32 years, 33 years. And then a friend of mine decided he wanted to give me a present for my birthday. It was one of those red letter days where you go out on a race course. It could have been any red letter, could have been anything, but this was, you get to drive some very fast cars. And then I realized just how bad a driver I am. Because when it really is a matter of putting, what do you say in England? Pedal to the metal, or yeah, is that the right saying? When you really do press that accelerator and you're not just driving straight ahead down the M6, but you have twists and turns, that's when you know how bad a driver you truly are. So we can do something for 30 years without actually be particularly good at it. And you can continue down this path of trading for the next 30 years. But there is an enormously high probability that you're never going to fulfill your maximum potential unless you begin to, shall I say, stop staring so much at the chart and begin to cultivate a very different mind. Let me give you an idea of the kind of technical analysis that I deploy. I think the odds are high you'll never have heard of that kind of technical analysis. So let me give you a sample of the kind of preparation I do ahead of a trading day. Say for the sake of the argument that it is Sunday night and I'm preparing for trading on Monday, or even I'm preparing for trading on Monday. I have developed a technical analysis that I called scenario analysis. Scenario analysis is something I invented myself. I have never heard anyone discuss it, talk it, use it. Let me give you an idea of what I mean by scenario analysis. Imagine the scenario in the Dow Jones Index, or it could have been anything that I have researched. Say the scenario is
GC swing level alert. GC swing level alert.
Was unable to trade above the highs on Thursday. So as you observe over the weekend, how did the market trade on Friday versus how was it trading on Thursday? And if during Friday the Dow was unable to get above the highest point that we saw on Thursday, it has severe ramifications for what you can expect on the Monday. My research suggests that there is a 95% chance that during Monday, the Dow will trade down to the lows seen on Friday, and in most cases will trade lower. Now, what is that statistics based on? This is based on manual analysis of the Dow Jones on charts spanning back from 2008 until 2019. Off the top of my head, over the last year, there has been 24 occurrences where I, before I went into the trading session on Monday, could observe that the Dow was unable during Friday's trading session to trade above the highs of Thursday. And out of those 24 occurrences, in 21 of those 24 occurrences, the market traded below the lows of the Friday. Now, is that data crunching? Is it technical analysis? I don't know, call it what you want. But when I go into the trading session on a Monday, I know technical analysis on par with how you know technical analysis. I know the patterns, I know the trend lines, I know the ratios, I know the day's high, the week's high, the day's low, the week low. But armed with the knowledge of how the market has tended to react based on what has happened in what I call the scenario analysis, I am in a position to place myself in the market and hopefully taking advantage. And if I'm being run into one of those 3 times when it didn't work, well, then the stop loss will take care of the rest. The framework that I operate with,
GC swing level alert. GC swing level alert.
Of my being. Every
GC swing level alert. GC swing level alert. GC swing level alert.
Best trade of my life, or if it will be a small loss. No idea. Perhaps it's the moment now where I tell you that every single time that I go into a trade, I will go for the jugular. I will go in thinking this is going to be an amazing trade, and I will want to squeeze it for every point that I can get out of it. Because I always get quite annoyed and disappointed when I get stopped out and it turns out to be a nothing. I know with every fiber of my body that if I'm not disciplined and prepared mentally, I can experience what I experienced during the flash crash of 2010, where I, on paper, was technically broke. All the money that I have made over the last decade of trading were eventually wiped from existence. And the only reason, by the grace of God or whoever else was looking after me that day, the broker's automated stop system didn't kick in. And those of you who remember that day, and some of us remember it very vividly, you'll know that the flash crash actually only lasted a few seconds, the really, really bad part of it. It was still pretty bad, but it recovered relatively quickly, followed down by another attempt, and then we started climbing up till near break even. And on paper, I was wiped, but when all was said and done, I had lost 2,000 pounds. And I assure you, ladies and gentlemen, that was the happiest 2,000 pounds I have ever lost. I'm not a fortune teller, meaning I don't go into the trading day thinking I know what's going to happen. And I get quite annoyed when I speak to my friends and colleagues. You know, they're great people, but it annoys me when people say, that was headed for 30,000, I know it. So, well, then put the position on, but don't bore me with it. I want to have a complete free mind. I don't want to be told what you think, because it will sway me. I want to have a blank canvas when I trade. Because I know that in order for me to avoid being like the 90%, I need to think completely the opposite of the 90%. And the 90%, they're engaged with targets. Oh, the Dow is going to go here, and then it's going to go here, and Elliott wave analysis perpetuates those things. I don't want to do that. Here's another piece of advice for you. You know that the vast majority of people, when they make money, they'll have a tendency to reduce their trading size because they want to avoid the pain of losing some of their gains. And I swear to God, 99% of the trading population just doesn't get it. When I win, I don't bet less. I bet more. The more I win, the higher I bet. See, you can think of this in two ways. You can say, well, I like to think like the 10%, or you can turn it on its head and say, I'd like to not think like the 90%. And so you almost can do a self-analysis and say, well, how is it that I tend to think? And it doesn't matter whether you trade currencies or commodities. It doesn't matter whether you're a scalper, an intraday trader, or an investor. I participate in a radio program in Denmark where we're each year given 250,000 Danish kroner, which is roughly 25,000 pounds. And our job, there's 3 of us, our job is to grow that money to as much as we can. And we get to keep the spoils, but if we lose, well, then the competition, the people who run the competition, they're the one that takes the loss. It's a rather favorable setup. Some would even say there's an element of moral hazard in there. However, I see it slightly differently. I see it is when I trade in this competition, which I've won 4 years out of 5, and the year that I lost was actually this year, is that when I'm in a position, I don't sit and congratulate myself that it's going well. If I am in a position, be it in some share, and there we're always trading physical shares or ETFs. If I'm in a winning position, I don't sit and congratulate myself. No, I want to get that position bigger and bigger. And yes, there have been many times when I've been in a position and it's going well, and then the market takes an unexpected turn, as it does, and all of a sudden this winning position of £5,000, because we're not trading with leverage, so it's relatively small amounts. So the years that I've won it, it's because I've grown the account by 10, 15, 20%. So we're not talking about 200% gains in a year, but it's because I have compounded my positions. So when I am in a winning position, I don't think like the 90%. I don't sit there and think, when should I get out? When should I get out? When should I get out? Oh, it's getting, oh, did you see that? The market just turned down a little bit. I better get out now. No, I keep thinking, how the hell can I press this position so I can make even more? You see, I want to tell you what I consider a very interesting story by one of the greats. I'm not one of the greats of trading. He's one of the greats of trading. His name is Richard Dennis. He's already been mentioned once tonight, and now he's going to get another mention. But it's not what he says, but it's what people say about him. You see, Richard Dennis, he was a soybean pit trader. And they say about him that while everyone else was engaged in reading the crop reports by the U.S. Agricultural Commission, Richard Dennis instead, he said, I don't care about what the crop reports are going to be. You see, you are far more likely to find him with a publication on the death instinct or eros and thanatos than you would about whether the crop reports were going to be good or bad. Because Richard Dennis realized that once the news is out, the news is out. But how you react afterwards will make the humongous difference between you being a winning trader and a losing trader. Now, I say it, and you think, yeah, there's that Dane who's coming over here, blah, 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 blah. He's giving it the old lippy. But when one of the best traders in the world says it, perhaps then it has a little bit of validity. Maybe then you'll sit up and pay attention, because these are not my words. These are the words of one of the all-time legends of trading. He says, a little bit less technical analysis and a little bit more introspection in what the hell is going on in your mind. And it doesn't matter, as I said before, whether you're trading a 5-minute chart or if you are an investor. If you have bought onto a stock which is a runner, why contemplate where you're going to get out? Why not add a little bit to the position? Why not make the position a little bit bigger? Why? Because you're afraid then that what the market has given you is going to take away? Well, hasn't that happened to all of us? You see, adding to winning positions is one of the best antidotes to what the 90% are consistently doing. The 90% love to add to their losing trades. Why? Well, hey, if it was a good purchase at 50, then it's got to be even better purchase at 40, isn't it? Because, hey, we all love a good bargain. How many of you go down to the supermarket on a Saturday morning and thinking, oh my dear Lord, filet is on offer. Chicken is on offer. Even tonight, let's say that you're a man and you're going to go out for a bit of food after this, if it wasn't good enough here, and you go, do you know what? That restaurant over there, they got 2 pizzas for the price of 1. Whoop, let's go over there. If you had the choice between buying a pizza that was twice as expensive today than it was yesterday, are you going to go for that? No, you're not. You would prefer the half-price pizza, because that's the way that we are put together. We prefer things where we feel we are getting a bargain. But what's perverse about the industry that we are trying to make a living in is that it makes more sense to buy something today because today it's more expensive than it was yesterday. That's called a trend. But none of us like to buy a share today at £5 if it was £4.50 yesterday. But you love buying a share at £4 if it was yesterday was £4.50 because you feel like I'm getting a bargain here. But the sad truth is that the financial markets is not a supermarket. It doesn't work like that. If it's cheap in a supermarket, by all means, you got my blessing to load up if you want. But please don't load up because something in the financial markets is cheaper today than it was yesterday. Because that's just not the way that it works. And for 10 years, I sat and watched people do exactly that. For 10 years, I had to suffer the audacity of watching people buying the Dow all the way down and down and down and down and down. Why, Bill? Because they were living under the illusion that if it was good yesterday, it's got to be even better today. Is that really who you want to be? I don't think you do. And he certainly didn't. He was infamous for adding to his winning positions. Infamous. I'm going to go off script for a second here and I'll tell you a good story. You see, he hired traders. He had a dispute. He had a dispute with one of his colleagues called William Eckert. William Eckert, he's a professor in mathematics. Brilliant trader, brilliant mind. And they had this bet. Trading? No, you're born a trader. You can't teach trading. No, you're born a trader, you're not a trader. And I don't know which one of them said, no, it can be taught. I said, right, let's bet. Let's find out. Let's hire some traders and settle this bet once and for all. We are going to get some people in. We're going to train them in our money management and our entry techniques. And the techniques they had, they were very complicated, extremely complicated. That's sarcasm, by the way. Their entry technique was, if the market trades at its highest for the last 20 days, then that's your buy signal. Yeah, that it doesn't get simpler than that, does it? I.e., if the market sits at its highest for the last 20 days, buy. And if the market sits at its lowest for the last 20 days, sell short. So they got the 10 people in, and I happened to get to know one of them. Russell was a world-class backgammon player, and that's why he got hired. Richard and William Eckert, they thought, well, guys like that, they will know statistics, they'll know odds. And I happened to get to know Russell when he was in London, and he said, do you know what the worst thing about being a turtle trader was? It was that you were not allowed to take your profit. You could be long soybeans or wheat, and it would be climbing, climbing, and climbing, and climbing. And you would be making $1 million, $2 million, $10 million, $20 million, $30 million, but you were not allowed to guess where the top was. And it was unbearable. You sat there, and that money was burning a hole in your pocket. You were just not allowed, because what Richard Dennis advocated was that out of 100 trades you execute, 97 of them are going to be, nah, but 3 of them are going to be ka-ching. And you never know which one of the hundreds it is. So you just had to sit there on your bottom, sit on your hands. And I swear to you, he says, the hardest thing in the world is to sit on your hands and just let the market do what the market does. And in the end, he bowed out. He just couldn't hack that way of trading anymore. Now, would you agree with me that there was nothing on paper, there was nothing difficult about the entry system. There was nothing difficult about adding to the winning positions. They had a mathematical formula. Ladies and gentlemen, you can look that formula up on Google if you want to. It's not a secret anymore, but the system still works. It's efficient. It's just very difficult to trade. Not because it's difficult to understand, but because sitting on your is very difficult. Would you agree with me, young man? Very difficult to do nothing in the face of a winning position. Or you want to tinker a little bit with it, or maybe take a little bit of profit. But leaving a winning position alone, poof, that's why trading is difficult. It's not difficult to understand Fibonacci and stochastics and all these things. No, fighting our natural urges is what makes trading difficult. And he knew it. And that's why he spent all his mental resources on handling that side of trading, because he thought, you know what? It can't be that hard. The market's moving higher. I need to buy it. Oh. We had a little bet before this show started on how many times I would trip over this. That was number 2. So this might be a little bit new age for you, and I appreciate that. But I make sure, to the best of my ability, that I look after myself. Make sure I'm rested, have a strong body. I also have a belief that you can't have a standard attitude about money and do well in this business. It is absolutely no good if I'm in a winning position and I'm beginning to think, you know what, I've just lost the same as buying a new car. Or, as my ex-wife would say, you just lost me 1,500 pairs of Louboutin. It's a shoe. Well, I didn't know what it was until I was told. Or, even worse, if you take your profit now, you can buy so-and-so and so-and-so. It is a death sentence to a good position to begin to equate your open profit to what you can, yes, that you can buy for it. So, how do you become friends with those fears that we have, those uncomfortable feelings that we have? Well, I'm going to show you a picture now, and I'm just going to let that sit for 30 seconds. I'm going to time it, and I want you to imagine you're there. Are you okay with that? It's not a horrible picture. Imagine that's you. Can you feel that in your stomach? There you are. Oh yeah, that's vertical. That's not a film trick. That's not trick photography. That's real. That is Alex Hannon climbing El Cap in Yosemite National Park. I don't know how you feel about it, but looking at those pictures is part of my preparation. And then the next step in my preparation, and this is preparation I do in the morning, and if I have the choice between looking at charts, preparing, doing my ratios, all these things, or I just have time for mental analysis wins 100 out of 100. And the way I do it, this is an example of a trade sheet for me. I'm going to come out here just to explain. What you're seeing here is I believe it's the DAX during the day. I can do it very quickly. You know what, I can't even, it must be the Dow because it's in the 23,000. What you're seeing here are my profits and losses during the day. So there's some minus 25,000 pounds, minus 10,000 pounds, plus 57,000 pounds, plus 20,000 pounds, plus 20,000 pounds. So there's some whopping profits in there, some whopping losses. But more interestingly is this one here, for example, is I was plus 20,000 pounds, but I only made 8,000 pounds out of it. So I have a print house where I live that have taken of these, and if I have been allowed to show you my laptop, you will see that I have a PowerPoint presentation with approximately 1,300 slides. All of those slides show my past trades with handwritten notes that I've then scanned. So I got a print house to then print those trades up in I think you call it A3 size. So I will select 20, 30 of those slides. It's a rather large pile I can choose from. So I'll just take 20 or 30 of these in the morning as I mentally prepare. And I'll remind myself what it is that I'm trying to achieve. Am I sour that I only got 8,000 pounds out of the position? No, because that's part and parcel of the game. I need to remind my mind in the morning ahead of the trading game starting that it is perfectly okay to see a big profit turn into a small profit, because how else are you going to get an even bigger profit? And you might think, I'm never going to trade 200 pounds a point or 300 pounds a point. I did this when I was trading 5 pounds a point. And if I hadn't done it trading 5 pounds a point, I would have never gotten to 6 pounds a point. And 7 pounds a point, and so forth. It's not the size, the number of digits that you are trading. It's about trading the right way. And ladies and gentlemen, do you now understand why this has got nothing to do with technical analysis? While technical analysis is an inferior way of getting money out of the market. And mind is be-all, end-all. It is paramount to think the right way, because otherwise you're going to be emotionally robbed of your greatest opportunity. And my preparation, it's not like an expensive course that I had to take or a book that I had to read or anything like that. No, young man, it was just, Emma, it was basically just printing it out and be accountable. So trying to avoid it next time, just like the mayonnaise. So next time you offer me a portion of chips, sure, I'll take the chips, but I'll probably hold the mayonnaise because I don't want to add another 300 calories. Because I'd like to spend them on something else, like ice cream, which is better than mayonnaise in my book. And I spend just as much time mentally preparing myself. Incidentally, the gentleman climbing this wall here, Alex Hannon, when he climbed El Cap, first of all, the feat is captured in a movie called Free Solo, which won an Oscar for Best Documentary by National Geographic. Just watching it is worse than watching Friday the 13th times 10. I mean, this is fear on an entirely different scale. But what I find incredibly interesting is his preparation. Sure, he did his push-ups and sit-ups and all of these things, climbing, but he spent 2 years preparing for it, going over it, planning the routes. But his mental preparation was as thorough as his physical preparation. Because you know what? Now is not a good time to be in doubt. Now is not a good time to think whether you left the stove on. Now, this is a world-class example of someone being in the present, right here, right now. And when I'm in big positions, the worst thing that I can begin to do is to entertain the idea of, hey, Hugard, if you take your profit now, you can wipe that loss you had from yesterday. What has yesterday got to do with today? Do you follow me? This idea of an emotional reset. Well, I don't play for emotional reset. Yesterday's trade has got nothing to do with today's trade. You've never done it, of course, but other people, lesser mortals, they've been in a position where they've closed a position purely because it would reset the account. You have a 10,000 pound account and you lost 2,000 pounds, and now you're plus 2,000 pounds. I'm just going to take the profit because now I'm back to break even. Of course, not you guys, but other people. So, my argument is that all of those people that lose, they are really good at chart analysis. And they don't lose because they're not good at chart analysis. It's because there's so much more to trading than a head and shoulder pattern. Let's take a look behind the curtain of what's going on. I brought this picture in here because I thought it was really stylish. I love that picture. And the villain was Danish. We were quite proud of that. Normally you're not overly proud that the villain is Danish, but he was, and we thought he made a fantastic villain. You know, like Goldfinger, that kind of... But when you look at it, it also epitomizes what trading is about. There's money on the table. And as they say in the movie, when you're playing poker, you're not playing your cards. You're playing the man opposite you. So there are days when I look like this, and you are raking in the money. And then there's days when I look like this. Despite my mental preparation, things are just not going my way, and you are bleeding. Now, I hear people who will stop trading because they've had 3 losing trades in a row or 5 losing trades in a row. I never entertain that thought. Because then what you're really saying is that the trades are interconnected. that somehow those 3 traits are connected, and that will have an influence on the 4th. Sure, if I have a throbbing migraine, then that's a good argument for stopping trading. Or if there's a gas leak in the environment and you can smell gas and that's the reason why you have free losing trade, by all means stop trading. But otherwise, if you're following your strategy and you're doing everything right, why on earth would you stop trading? It's a mental mindset thing. So I live and die by, I must control my mind. Otherwise, I can't control my future.
It is with great sadness in my heart
NQ candle GC flip. Candle flip. NQ candle GC flip. Candle flip.
Candle flip. hilarious when people say that. Like, you can't even listen to something I'm talking Is he talking about the ship, I'm guessing? The ship that breaks the ice? Not just like a conversation starter?
Candle flip. Thank When marimba rhythms start to play, dance with me, make me sway. Like a lazy ocean hugs the shore. Hold me close, sway me more. Like a flower bending in the breeze. Bend with me, sway with ease. When we dance, you have a way with me. Stay with me, sway with me. Other dancers may be on the floor, dear, but my eyes will see only you. Only you have the magic technique. When we sway, I go weak. I can hear the sound of violins long before it begins. Make me thrill as only you know how. Sway me smooth, sway me now. Other dancers may be on the floor, dear, but my eyes will see only you. Only you have the magic technique. When we sway, I go weak. I can hear the sound of violins long before it begins. Make me thrill as only you know how. Sway me smooth, sway me now. You know how. Sway me smooth, sway me now.